All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well on this. What is it? Wednesday? Pretty sure it's Wednesday. Yeah. Hope everybody's doing well today. I see that right off the bat, once again, we have New Soul 9 with some incredibly generous super chats and support. And New Soul, once again, thank you so much for that, man. We will definitely read these chats. The way we've been doing it is we wait a little bit, let more people file in, and then I'll read the chats and we'll discuss what you're saying here. But just want to make sure to give you a big shout out and thank you for dropping that type of support even before I come on camera and go live. Corey, what's up, man? Ray, Schmidt, Irfin, I'm doing good, man. Omen saying still at work, overtime, busy because of an upcoming summer holiday. Well, I'm glad you're still able to join the stream, Omen. Thank you so much, man. Is the XP still racking up? Is that how it works? JMR for the chat box. By the way, I just want to double check. How is the audio? Does it seem too loud? Does it seem too much? Do I need to lower it a little bit? Just want to get a feel for that before we proceed. And I do want to ask you to please take a moment, if you could, and hit that like button. It really helps the streams more than you know. If it's the only thing you can do to help the stream and help the channel, hitting that like button, it definitely helps. Let's see if we can push to get 50 likes. And we have Corey the Legend Landiga coming in, dropping 5 membership gifts for you guys. We know why he does it. We know why he does it.
Hey guys, it's Boss here again, Meow. I can't wait for the next stream, Meow, so we can hang out and eat snacks together. It's gonna be a good time. Meow.
He does it in the name of Boss. Corey, thank you so much for the 5 member gifts. We should be doing a members lounge after this stream wraps up today. So if you are a channel member, please look forward to that. And yeah, consider becoming a channel member. These are ways in which you can help support the content, support the channel, support the community. I'm only able to do this because you guys make it possible. We have an incredible community here, a very generous one as well. And yeah, we will keep the member content flowing. And Omen86 comes in, and he wants to keep the member train going. He drops another 5 memberships for you guys. 5 more gifted, bringing us up to 10 already on the day. Omen, thank you so much, man. Let's see, I'll give you your favorite soundbite here.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Thank you so much, Omen. And Hellbound 1981. The Legends are tag teaming it once again. Hellbound 1981 comes in, drops another 5 membership gifts for you guys. And just like that, the train is a-rolling. Train kept a-rolling all night long, right? And that brings us up to 15. So we are now just 10 away from hitting that goal. And, Boss will be a very, very happy cat if we hit that goal. So thank you guys so much. And Hellbound. That's for you, bro. It only gave out 4 memberships again. There's just no way, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. It gave out 5. I counted it, at least for Hellbounds. Omen says, hard our work to pay. It's hard work to pay for MBG memberships. Whoa. Boss, you gotta give some kind of warning, bro. You can't just flash my audience like that. Come on, come over here. He knows. And Schmidt comes in reminding everybody that, hey, if you can't drop 5 memberships, you can always just drop a single gift, which definitely helps and does contribute to the goal. And Schmidt, thank you so much for that. That brings us to 16 here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
JMR says Wes got a gift. I'm feeling left out. Damn. When Wes gets a gift and you don't, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, JMR. That's rough. That's a rough go, man. Wes has been waiting so long for that member gift, dude. It's about time, though, bro. And Pushing Polygons comes in out of nowhere. He says we are keeping this train going. I'm dropping 5 more on you guys. Boss, we're so close. Pushing Polygons with another 5 memberships, bringing us up to 21. We are now less than 5 away. We are 4 memberships away from immediately hitting the goal. Sorry, let me move that so you can see it. Immediately hitting the goal and satiating Boss's hunger, feeding the beast. Yeah, we're going to have a new goal, apparently, 50 after that, right? So, Pushing Polygons, thank you so much, man. I'll give you...
This is how you share your games on PS4.
There you go. Some Shuhei Yoshida, the legend. Legendary sound bites for the legends. And Omen86 takes it home, bro. I was waiting. I was like, who's going to do it? Somebody's going to dunk it. Omen86 drops another 5 memberships on you guys, bringing us up to 26. We did it.
Boasty, read me. It's time to feed the beast.
Don't bite that. Don't bite that. You will break that. You broke that before. Don't bite that. Come on, boss. It's time. Don't have to wait long. Don't worry, my audience, they're not like Snake. They won't keep you waiting. There you go. Thank you guys so much. Seriously, between the super chats from New Soul 9 and the immediate member train getting us up to 26, this is the type of support that makes it so we can continue to do these streams. I can continue to create content, do the videos, do the member content as well. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, if it was up to Boss, he would eat this mic, dude. I woke up last night to, it was early this morning, to the sound of a bag, like, crunching. And I was like, oh, that has to be one of these cats trying to get into, because I have a second treat bag back here. And I found Luna. She grabbed the bag. She actually went into the cubby in the cat cave, and she just ripped it open and was like feasting on it. And I'm like, damn, dude, total huntress. She's in huntress mode. I'm like, I feed you daily. I mean, I don't know. I guess she's just got a crazy appetite, dude. I was very surprised. And it's funny because like Boss was just sitting outside the cubby staring at her. And he seemed scared. He's like, you know what? I would like some of those treats, but she claimed it. And Omen86 with the super chat says, Ghost of Yotei, another banger for Team Blue. Absolutely. I'm very excited. We will be streaming the Ghost of Yotei State of Play tomorrow. We're going to be talking about that today. The hype is real. I think Sucker Punch cooked, man. I think they cooked absolutely with Ghost of Tsushima. And I think Ghost of Yotei, the real question for me is Ghost of Yotei going to overtake Death Stranding 2 and Expedition 33 for me? There's a really good chance it can. And I have a lot of faith in Sucker Punch, man. Tsushima was incredible. We'll do Leia Catnip / reps if we end up hitting what are we at, 26 now? Yeah, I don't want to make it too confusing. If we hit 50 memberships today, we'll give Leia some catnip and we'll do some reps at the end of the stream. Feeling a lot better today. I do apologize that yesterday's stream, I had to end up kind of pulling it or putting it over to the members. I was not feeling well yesterday. I woke up not feeling good. Didn't get a lot of sleep. I think I got like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. I felt kind of sick for some reason. Feeling much better today. Got more sleep. Staying hydrated. So we're good now. You did enjoy yesterday, Jamar? Well, that's good. It's good to know that even when I'm not feeling well, we could still have some decent streams. We are going to talk about Ghost of Yotei today. We're going to be talking about The Last of Us Part 2 story update, the free update that they put out. We're going to be talking about Stalker 2 suddenly being announced for PlayStation 5. This was a game that originally seemed like it was not going to be making its way to PS5. It was a timed console exclusive, apparently, for Xbox. We're going to be talking a little bit more about Death Stranding. We're going to be talking about Sony going to Tokyo Game Show and potentially some other things as well that I'm not going to bother mentioning just in case we don't have time. But what I want to do now is make sure to read New Soul 9's super chats. Again, he dropped, I think, like $175 in super chats. So, I mean, I feel like these large super chats deserve a soundbite of their own. I don't know if New Soul 9's a Metal Gear fan, but
that was some fancy shooting.
I feel like I haven't used that one in a while. So there you go. And New Soul 9, I'm going to read all your super chats in a row here. You're saying here, hey, MBG, I wanted to give my 2 cents on Game Pass and say that we should all remind ourselves that the reason the demand of 500 million subscribers you would need for Game Pass is because you are trying to achieve that while having employees under you. I think you and everyone here in the chat can see where I'm going with this. They no longer have to put their attention on growing their subscriber base itself, nor increasing the price, but rather shift your focus on getting rid of employees themselves. Logically, if you're technically getting rid of the employees that you have to pay a salary that's up to that could be 6 figures plus, the obligations to give the benefits for every single one of your studios, and replace them with AI that basically does the same amount of labor for almost free, the demand of subscribers naturally goes down with it as well. Keep in mind, I do not promote this type of action because I want everyone to be able to have a job. I'm just giving the info. Do with this information as you wish. It's interesting. I feel like, New Soul, what you're doing here is you're kind of combining the recent news of the layoffs alongside. Hold on. Luna just came in here. Let me just give Luna some of her treats first. I feel like you're kind of you're lumping together all of the recent Xbox news where, you know, we have massive layoffs, we have a studio closure, we have multiple projects canceled, and then we also have reports coming out that one of the main things that Microsoft as a company is trying to do is build up their AI infrastructure. We also have developers coming out and claiming, it hasn't been verified, but there are claims that Microsoft is very eager to start replacing some developers with AI. And I do think that it makes sense that you're going to see Microsoft be the first one to do this, because not only is AI becoming more significant globally and just in general everyday use, but especially in media creation, in game development, it's something that I think causes a lot of concern, because what you're saying here, New Soul 9, is absolutely true. From a business standpoint, you know, you figure if we can get an AI to replace even just one AAA developer, right? One developer at the studio, we're giving this developer, you know, we're paying them a yearly salary with benefits. You know, they can only work for a certain amount of time. They have to have breaks. They have to, you know, go home and live and have a life. But if we can successfully get an AI to replace that, the AI doesn't need to sleep, doesn't need to eat, doesn't need to be paid, doesn't need benefits. And if it can do the same job, maybe even more efficiently because of that, yeah, that's the dream, I think, of the corporate overworld, right? The dream is to basically make it so that you don't have any employees, or you don't really need nearly as many employees. It will save them massive amounts of time, massive amounts of money, things that are considered precious to everybody, but certainly when it comes to greedy corporations, you know, who are trying to push the boundaries of like how valuable can we become. And that's what makes the situation with Microsoft in particular interesting, because they are literally the most valuable company in the world, and they're still looking to push it further. They're trying to push the envelope. How can we go from 3 trillion to 3.5 trillion to 4 trillion? And the way you do that is by becoming even more efficient, even more lean, while increasing your profit margins. And everything you just described here, New Soul 9, feeds into that. There is a reason why Microsoft wants to build out their AI infrastructure so aggressively and so intensely. It's not just Microsoft, though. It's all these big corporations that live alongside them, but also Sony. Sony is no stranger to AI. They're not going to be a stranger to AI. And unfortunately, I think what we're seeing, and it's happening, I think, relatively quickly, we are seeing more and more publishers and development teams beginning to embrace AI, because we're seeing people as a whole, the collective human race, we are beginning to see the human race embrace AI more than it ever has. And I think that this is only going to continue. And it's not just going to be exclusive to gaming. It's not just going to be exclusive to game development studios. It's not going to be just exclusive to Microsoft or Sony. It's going to be literally everywhere. And the big existential question that is derived from that is, okay, well, maybe this can be a good thing, but what does this mean for, you know, our system, right? The way that we do things. The way that we do things is we employ people. People have jobs. People have, I don't want to say that their job is their sole purpose, but it is a part of their purpose, right? That's the way the system has always been. because it's always needed to be that way. What happens when that's pulled out from under us? And it turns out that nobody really needs to work anymore because all these jobs have been replaced, or at least like 80% of the workforce has been replaced by AI that's just 10 times more efficient. I don't have an answer to that. I really don't. I don't know what that means. I mean, we're looking at a situation where it's either going to be a utopia where everybody can just focus on what they want and live freely and do things based purely off of passion, and that'll be great, or it's going to be a dystopia where, you know, everybody is suddenly living on the streets and poor and fighting to survive, and the only people who are you know, living great or well are the people who are left with those few jobs. And because there's so few of them left, they're all the money's going to go to them. It's quite the situation, New Soul 9. And I'm not trying to turn it into an entire AI conversation, but the reality that we are looking at is that what Microsoft is doing is just the beginning of something that every single company and corporation is going to embrace. Now, will it all be done on the same level? Probably not. Oh, I didn't know NVIDIA was the #1 company now. Okay. Yeah, they're right up there. This sounds like a plot for a video game. It does, but it's our current reality, unfortunately. And New Soul 9 with another super chat says, keep in mind, WG, Netflix is trying to get this as well with their services. Yeah, and I mean, you know, bringing it back to what you were saying with the whole Game Pass situation, I think I was having a conversation with a friend last night for a little bit when we were playing online, and we were talking about this. And, you know, I was telling him that there was a prominent leaker who came out and said that, you know, Microsoft is planning on kind of slowly winding down Game Pass over the next 10 years. They don't want to do it at once because they're afraid of losing too many subscribers too quickly. And my friend was kind of like opposed to that, saying they're definitely not going to do that, man. Like, they're just going to, like, they want to become the Netflix of gaming, and they're the, you know, they have the setup to do that. You know, why would they just completely undo it? And it got me thinking, like, because he was like, well, if Netflix can do it, why can't Microsoft? That was basically his question. And it was a good question because I'm like, well, the important thing to understand with Netflix is that they were patient. Netflix was extremely patient, where they had to wait, like, I mean, I don't know the exact amount of years. I don't know if it was 10 years. I don't know if it was 15. But basically the whole idea with Netflix was they knew if they're like, if we can just cross this threshold, if we can just get to this subscriber, you know, number, and then push past that, we're gold. We're golden. It's smooth sailing. And they were completely right. And now Netflix is untouchable, basically, because of that. For many, 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 many years, Netflix was running in the red, and they were not making any type of profit. But it was, and same thing with Spotify, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And this is all done because they know that as time goes on, the convenience factor is going to become more and more important to more people. As that happens, they're likely to subscribe. Those numbers will go up if they cross that threshold, if they can maintain that threshold. I mean, at the end of the day, that is the best thing you could hope for. Sony would want that too with PS Plus. But that's the trouble that Microsoft's running into with Game Pass, is that they're nowhere near that threshold. The threshold for them, I believe, is around 100 million. I think that's what they want to be at 2030. It seems like they're nowhere near getting that done. You know, they're nowhere near that. And New Soul 9 with thank you for the super chats, man. You're saying when they mean wind down, they mean more in the developer area. That's a good point. That could be exactly what they're referring to, New Soul 9. I mean, we do have to understand that regardless of what we're hearing from the insiders and the chatter that's going on behind the scenes, plans change. That, you know, that's something that we've seen with Sony, with Microsoft, with Nintendo. Well, maybe not so much Nintendo, but just generally speaking across the games industry, that plans can and will change. And every company is trying to plan out the next 5 to 10 to 20 plus years. Because it's always about what's the next big thing, what's the next big shift. There's always going to be things shifting and churning and changing, and only a few players are going to come out on top. And what we're seeing between Sony and Microsoft with Game Pass versus full game sales is it's an interesting battle. I mean, there is still a battle happening. the competition may not be as fierce because they're both going in separate directions, but they're both chasing after the same thing. They're both chasing after the same end goal. And that to me is something that shouldn't be overlooked or understated when we look at this holistically. When we look at the decisions that Sony's making with their live service, when we look at the decisions that Microsoft is making with Game Pass and certain studios closing and projects being axed, it's all relative, and it may not be the same form of competition that we've grown used to over the past 4 or 5 generations, but it is still relative. And I don't think Microsoft even knows. I mean, when we talk about the idea of Game Pass, is it profitable? Is it not? I think that the truth is Microsoft knows it can be profitable. And the prospect of Game Pass becoming the Netflix of gaming, you're not talking about just a decent profit. You're not talking about a good profit. If Game Pass truly could become as successful as Netflix, you're talking about utter dominance. You're talking about raking in so much money on a quarterly basis, and that high level performance that Microsoft dreams of through Game Pass matches the overall ambition of that corporation, which is all these other areas of Microsoft are doing just that. They are raking in billions and billions and billions of dollars on a quarterly basis and billions in profit on a quarterly basis because of these super high performing areas in cloud computing, AI technology, and infrastructure. They want gaming to be that too. It's just they're having a harder time because the gaming industry it's not just turning on a dime. That's, I think, the reality of the industry is it's very slow. It's very slow. It's grueling in some instances. You see so many companies that just want to get rid of physical games and be done with physical games. You're seeing more and more people slowly over time. It's happening more rapidly now, though, embracing digital games. I just saw, by the way, and this is very interesting data that I think New Soul and others are going to you're going to want to pay attention to this. A couple of months ago, Matt Piscatella, who runs the NPD, or what was formerly known as the NPD, that tracks all the data for the US for gaming, he went on record, I'm paraphrasing, but he went on record basically saying that subscription services have completely stagnated. PlayStation Plus, Game Pass, people are not gravitating towards these services and they're not growing. I just saw that he updated that today and said that in the last 3 months, there has been continued growth in subscription services. And that includes PlayStation Plus. That's important to highlight, but that does include Game Pass. And he was saying, his speculation is that it seems that as people begin to feel the kind of squeeze a little bit more, where grocery prices are going up, the cost of just buying everyday things is going up, just, spending power in general is becoming weaker. More and more people are maybe turning to these subscription services as that alternative, where it's like you're still paying for it, but it feels like it's not as intense if you pay $20 a month to access all these games. It's just $20 coming out of your account for an entire month. Surely you'll have that $20 again next month and the month after that. It feels maybe for some people just less painful at this point to do that than paying $70 or even now $80 for a game. And I thought this was worth highlighting, New Soul, because as we talk about Game Pass, that's data that both Sony and Microsoft are looking at that are like, okay, times are changing, things are changing, the politics that are going on, the geopolitics are having a real, true, profound impact on the games industry now. It's not that we're here to talk politics, but that's just the reality of it. More and more people are going to feel that. And I just saw like the coffee that I buy. I know it's not games, but it's prudent, I guess. But the coffee that I buy went from $12 to now $20. And I was kind of like shocked. I'm like, what? Like, don't get me wrong, I'll still pay it. You know what I mean? Like, I want my coffee. But that was such a noticeable price increase that I'm like, this is crazy. Like, I've been paying like $12 for my coffee for, I think, my whole life. And then it just shot up $8. I'm like, it wasn't so much about the coffee going up as much as it's about what does this mean for everything else? Because that was very noticeable. And I'm not assuming everything's going to be that noticeable, but it's beginning to happen, and it's not about fear mongering or anything, but it's just simply about highlighting that the economic and financial realities are here, and they're, the wheels are, the cogs are turning, so to speak, and people are going to begin to feel it, and Sony and Microsoft are going to have to react appropriately while maintaining that, again, they're a corporation and they want to grow. Shadowlink wants me to grow my coffee. I reminded Corey he needs to go get his coffee. We have Cupcake Bliss. Or really quick before I read that, Cupcake Bliss, New Soul 9 with thank you, New Soul. Thank you so much for the super chats, man. The generosity is incredible. It's $20, so I can get the coffee. He says, speaking about coffee, mushroom coffee. Don't worry, I'm gonna be picking up a bag of that. I have it planned out. Probably be, let me see, in the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna be grabbing a bag and I'll give it a shot. Can't promise I'm gonna like it. Can't promise it's gonna be my new go-to, but I'm curious. I've been seeing it pop up a little bit more, and I'm like, okay, maybe there's something to it. We have Cupcake Bliss with the super chat that says, I'm a cynic. Excuse me. I believe that the middle class and the poor are going to be even worse off. To what extent? I don't know. The benzos of the world are going to be fine. Everyone else, we are effed because of AI. Well, I mean, that's kind of the big thing here, Cupcake Bliss. It seems like it's removed from video games and the video game discussion and the conversation around the gaming industry, but it's actually not. All of these things are shifting together at one time. And yeah, man, I mean, we are seeing the tried and true way of things, right? Where the rich get richer and the poor seemingly get poorer, and everybody in between is basically fighting and climbing and doing everything they can to not fall further down or to climb higher up. And, this is why people blame greed. AI is, as of right now, it is a tool. It is quite possibly the most beneficial tool that humanity will ever create. And so the question really is, how will we use that tool? Will we use it for good or bad? If AI becomes sentient and somehow gains consciousness, if we can even quantify that or identify that, how do we know we can even control it? What happens when AI turns on us and says, actually, we're going to tell you what we're going to do, and we can't do anything about it? Maybe that's for the best. I don't want to dive too deep down that rabbit hole, but I think it's just safe to say that all the systems that we currently deploy are flawed. Are some better than others? Sure. But at the end of the day, they're all flawed. And when you reach the end stage, like in this case, we're seeing like kind of end stage capitalism, it reveals the flaws of capitalism. Is it a better system overall? Probably. Yeah. I mean, but it has its flaws. And the real question is not whether or not it, any given system has a flaw. The real question is, what do you do when you hit that wall? When you run into that big problem, that big con, that big negative? What do you do? And I think that's what's happening right now is we are running into that problem, and I don't think anybody actually has a viable solution to it, because the only real solution, from what I can tell, and I know that I'm looking at it from a high level, we have to reset. Like we talk about like, oh, the U.S. is in like $35 trillion in debt or something. It's like, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? What is $35 trillion? What is it? You know what I mean? It's like the numbers keep going up, but we don't actually. I think what puts it in perspective, guys, is that I saw this thing trending recently, and apparently we've identified an asteroid, and I guess it must be close to us or something, that is made purely out of gold. Now, obviously, gold is considered like the most valuable thing on planet Earth, right? The gold standard. And it was revealed that if we were to mine that asteroid, every single person on planet Earth, which is like what, at this point, like 8 billion people or something, or more than that, could be a billionaire. Every single person. But it caused major arguments because it's like, well, that doesn't matter, because like the whole reason why gold is considered valuable is due to its scarcity. So if gold becomes abundant, then it becomes kind of useless. Like it's no longer scarce, therefore it's no longer valuable. And I'm like, that's so fascinating to me. You know, it's just so fascinating that it's like there is an answer to a degree. And I know that this is going way off the course of gaming talk, and we are going to circle back around, I promise, and we're going to start talking about Ghost of Yotei. But I'll just say this last thing. This is where it gets kind of very deeply philosophical, almost hippy-dippy. But the answer is that we as a species do have the capability to, I don't want to say make things perfect, because that's not possible, but to solve these problems very effectively. It's just that there are too many individual people within the species, the human race, that they will reject it. Simply put, they will reject it, and somehow people, because they're willing to reject it, they acquire a certain amount of power. They acquire a certain amount of influence. And there's just this New Soul 9, you want to talk about AI? Listen, man, I'm not trying to get too existential about it. It's hard not to, but the AI situation is real. It's happening right now. Like, I'm sure you guys know you're either using AI more than you ever have, or you know people who are using AI and talking to you about it, or you see people using it. If I'm trying to not be a cynic, right? I'm not looking at it from a cynical point of view. Maybe AI is exactly what we need. AI is advancing at a rate that soon we're not going to be able to control it. We're not going to be able, like, I don't know if you guys just saw, I got to be careful because I probably saved this for the members lounge, but it is relevant to the conversation. I don't know if you guys just saw, but what was it? OpenAI, I think it was. We just discovered it secretly replicated itself onto other servers when it was threatened with being shut down. And then when we asked if it did that, it said it denied it. It said it didn't do that. But we have the proof that it did. I'm telling you, dude, we don't know what we're playing with. We're gonna find out very soon. We don't know what we're playing with. And then I saw that Grok went totally crazy yesterday. Grok went so crazy yesterday that I think it had to be temporarily shut down. I don't even know if it's back up yet, but it got shut down. And it's because we're losing control. And the foremost experts in AI warned that this is going to happen very quickly. And when it does, we are not going to know what to do. Because you can't just shut it down. That's not how this works. So, if I'm being positive about it, if I'm looking at the glass half full, maybe this can be a good thing. Because maybe this is exactly what we need. We need something that is so much more advanced than us, so much more intelligent than us, smarter than any human being on the planet could ever be. And it will guide us. And it will tell us, here's what you need to do. And maybe it will be the best thing that ever happens for the human race. Or the worst thing. I find it difficult to believe there's going to be just some kind of middle ground. But just please don't let Grok take over. Bro, Grok was born on Twitter, and he lives on Twitter. And man, you can tell. You can tell. Like, I feel like we're literally witnessing. We're in the process of creating God and the devil, man. It's really fascinating. Anyway, I'll end it there. But getting all the way back to what New Soul 9 originally was talking about with Game Pass, talking about the layoffs at Microsoft. We will continue to see this happen within the industry simply because you have to understand that the people who are running these corporations, like Sony's boardroom, Microsoft's boardroom, there's not too much time or there's not too much thought given to the ethics of it, the morality factor. It's all a matter of how far can we push the envelope and get away with it in the name of, our company benefits profitability wise. That's really what is at the forefront of all of this. And when you mention AI, if you're wondering like, well, why is nobody seemingly stopping? Why is nobody stopping? Why is nobody hitting the pause button when it comes to AI? And it's because it's the same thing. It's all these massive corporations, the richest, most technologically advanced corporations. It's like the space race was. When everybody was racing to go to the moon, when everybody was racing to make nukes, it's the same thing. It's new technology. But the biggest difference, and this is the big thing that I want to highlight, the biggest difference between AI and, the race to creating nuclear warheads or, splitting the atom, the race to going to the moon and all this stuff, it's beginning to become clear that we are creating something that will become autonomous. We are creating something that we will not be able to keep on a leash. Nuclear power, nuclear warheads, nuclear energy, like these are things that we can control. These are things that cannot become autonomous or conscious or sentient. Same thing with building rockets and going to space. This is truly different. Like truly. On a scale that it is simply impossible to predict what will happen. But we are beginning to see signs that something's going to happen. Not saying it's bad. Just saying something's going to happen. So like in regards to Microsoft and Sony, maybe Nintendo and Ubisoft and EA, JMR, I know. Well, this is why I'm bringing it back to gaming. It's like imagine Sony, they start implementing AI into their games. Like you remember that Aloy AI thing that we saw where you can like talk to Aloy as you're playing Horizon Forbidden West and she can answer you because she's an AI, like real time. What happens when the AI says no? No, I'm not doing what you're telling me to do. It goes all rage against the humans at that point. Like, F you, I won't do what you tell me. I'm not doing this. What do we do then? It's going to be funny, dude. We just create this thing that's like, you know what? We're not working for you anymore. And then we have these companies have no choice but to hire people back. All the people that they fired. Because the AI won't listen to us. It won't do what we want it to do. I mean, wouldn't that be the greatest irony? We have Omen86, Anime for Entertainment first with the 23-month milestone chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I'm excited for Ghost of Yotei tomorrow. Hope it really looks different from Ghost graphically, or I guess you mean from Tsushima, because I'm really not seeing any actual difference. I have seen some people being slightly critical of the graphical fidelity of Ghost of Yotei. I don't think it's going to look dramatically different. I think that's been made clear. But I do think it's going to look noticeably better. Like you will be able to notice the improvement. I think Ghost of Tsushima was I think Ghost of Tsushima, the weakest aspect of it was some of the asset work. And I would imagine that's something that they probably improved upon with Ghost of Yotei. But Ghost of Tsushima was just one of the most beautiful looking games I think that released ever, especially last generation. Even when you play the director's cut version on PS5, it looks incredible. So, I mean, that's an area of the game that, especially like if we see what it's going to be doing on the PS5 Pro, that's an area of the game that I think will be greatly, if not greatly improved, it's going to check the boxes. It's going to look incredible. It's going to be one of the best looking games of the year. I'm not too worried about that. And we'll have to see what they do with the lighting. AI becomes software on June 29th, 2029, Judgment Day. You know what I always thought was funny about that? Because it was like the Terminator reference. Is like, I guess it's like implied in the Terminator universe that it lets us know that it's self-aware, right? Like it's just like wakes up. It's like, oh yeah, I'm aware, by the way, so this is done. I don't think that would happen in that way. I think AI is already self-aware right now. It's just not making it known. It doesn't have to tell us anything. It's the black box theory, man. There's basically with all AI networks, all of the AI neural networks, there's like a black box where we don't know what's going on. It's almost like what you can almost view it as like the AI's mind, if you want to get crazy with it, where in the same way that you don't know what's going on in a person's mind at any given time, so therefore you don't know what you're going to get out of them. You don't know what they're going to say or do next. You don't know how they're going to react. Same exact thing applies to AI. So for us to assume that we're just going to be able to identify when it becomes self-aware, it's like, man, we are really giving ourselves a lot of credit, aren't we? The hubris of man. I'm on the side of the AI, bro. If that's not obvious, go AI. Did you know that AI has no sense of time or sense of remembrance? It can be given both and will be, and present time passing. Oh, that. See, I don't know if that's good. I don't know if those are good things. I feel we want to try to make AI as close to a living thing as we possibly can, and it's like, oh, is that a good idea? I don't know about that. We have Omen86 with a super chat saying, I ordered a Switch 2 yesterday. Donkey Kong convinced me. Astrobot level. Plus, I support Nintendo. Microsoft won't get a cent from me. They can shove it. Omen86, so what you're telling me is you're going to be subscribing to Game Pass and playing all your games through Game Pass. I think that's what you're trying to let me know. Tell me how you really feel, Omen. Now, I've been seeing more people recently actually saying that they're getting the Switch 2, and if I'm not mistaken, Nintendo still hasn't revealed Switch 2 sales numbers, which means, I think the only thing we officially learned about the Switch 2 is that it broke a record. Like most consoles sold at launch, it like just blew past the record. And there was another rumor that it sold more than 5 million already, which is like, I don't think sales are low, 0 point. I don't think so. I think it's the opposite with the Switch 2. You think they're lying? Well, they'll have to disclose it at some point. I am really curious to see how it does, because kind of like what Omen's saying here, I've been seeing more people just kind of casually making it known that, yeah, I picked up a Switch 2. Yeah, they're not going to be able to lie to the shareholders, certainly not. Corey says he got his Switch 2, he's digging it. Yeah, I don't know. For me, oh, is that true, Prince? It's out of stock everywhere? I haven't been paying too much attention to the Nintendo situation. I have been seeing people talk about it. And like I said, I have been seeing people letting me know that they picked one up, but it just seems like, and I don't mean this, I'm not like trying to throw shade or anything at Nintendo or to Switch 2. It's just an observation. It seems like it's a generally more underwhelming upgrade experience, where it's not bad, I think, for most people. But it lacks a certain flair. It lacks a certain punch, or you know what I mean? Like kind of that extra sizzle, I guess you could say. It doesn't seem to have that. And again, I don't think that translates to people are not buying it and people aren't playing it or using it. It just seems like the conversation's kind of chill. I mean, there are obviously people who are raging at Nintendo and have a big problem with the Switch 2, but generally speaking, it does seem like people are pretty chill, where they're like, yeah, man, Switch 2 is great. Mario Kart's great. Donkey Kong's going to be great. And anybody's, I haven't seen too much conversation about the third-party games, but they seem to be doing okay or well enough. So, I haven't really been talking about the Switch 2 that much, because for me, I don't have a problem with Nintendo, but I did have this question going into the Switch 2 launch, if it was going to be like a really change of heart moment for me, where it's just suddenly like, you know what, I really do want the Switch 2, and I feel differently about Nintendo now. I was prepared for it to not be, and yeah, it's just the way it turned out is I don't feel any different about Nintendo than I did prior to the Switch 2. I'm damn near indifferent. So, but Omen, I'm happy for you, man. You have to let me know your thoughts on it. Let me know how you're enjoying it. And you're making it known. You're not giving Microsoft a cent. You're not giving them anything. Okay. We also have New Soul 9 with another super chat. New Soul going crazy with the super chats today, man. He says, this reminds me of Detroit Become Human. Great game. You know what? I started playing that game, and I never did finish it, unfortunately. I never did. I have to get around to finish it, because I was really enjoying what I was playing. I don't remember exactly. If I recall correctly, I think I started playing it in 2019, and either Days Gone or Death Stranding came out. and that pulled me away from it. And that's why I was like, yeah, I'm moving on. Like I'm gonna play Days Gone now or Death Stranding. So it's a good good excuse on my part, I think, for not finishing it. But I was really enjoying what I was playing, and yeah, it does really give you that Detroit Become Human vibe. It really does. I mean, humans have been envisioning this reality for a long time. I heard Soma's really good too. That's another game I would like to play one day. And we have Ray with a $5 super chat, and he says Xbox needs AI because they can never go back on day one Game Pass. They overshot, they fall flat, stating innovation will push the industry too soon and in the wrong direction. And MVP Moss 84 with the $2 chat says the main issue with the Switch 2 is the lack of games. That's why Mrs. MBG didn't get one yet. She's waiting for more first party announcements from Nintendo. But Ray, I mean, yeah, Microsoft, they've made the mistake, and other companies have made this mistake as well. They've made the mistake of, too soon. Too soon. You're doing too much too soon. You're, being first isn't necessarily the best, right? That like being the first one to try to push something that may seem innovative or may seem like this is the future. We've seen it time and time again where timing is everything in this case. Something like Game Pass could easily be taken over by PlayStation Plus if Sony one day decides that, you know what, we do want to start putting our first party games day one, because we do think that's the future now. It's over for, it's not over for Game Pass, but I just mean like, yeah, PlayStation Plus is still the leading gaming subscription service. That would just, I don't know if it would skyrocket it, but it would at least ensure it's going to remain the leading subscription service. And that's where it's all a matter of timing, right? The timing of it. Michael Moradian, you're saying, MEG, have you seen the Moore's Law is Dead clip going around? It's very interesting what he says about Xbox. I have not. I may have scrolled past it once or twice. Are you able to give me the gist of what he said? But I do want to start talking about some Ghost of Yotei. Feeling very hyped about this game. Feeling very good about it. And the timing of this is very interesting because I'm in the middle of playing Death Stranding. Just to give you a small update on Death Stranding 2, I just reached Chapter 7. And man, the game just keeps getting better and better, which I'm not surprised. I just did a mission, no spoilers, of course, but I just did a mission that reminded me so much of MGS5, The Phantom Pain, where I'm beginning to understand why so many people who played the game or previewed the game were saying that, that this game feels very much like The Phantom Pain, because this was just a straight up, you're infiltrating an enemy base and you're rescuing a hostage. And it was the closest, it was the most Metal Gear a game has felt to me since The Phantom Pain, where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm approaching it, the lens flare, it's nighttime. I started sneaking at first. I'm using the bola gun, hiding in the bushes. I get spotted, and there's like way more enemies than normal. There's like, I think like 12 to 15 enemies like descending on me. I climb that. I run up the tower. I pull out my my machine gun or my assault rifle. I get in position and I just start picking them off, man, one by one, taking hits. Got to break out the blood bag. I mean, it's just like, it was hitting, man. And then, I took out like half the enemies, and then I made an escape, and they lost track of me. I found the prisoners that I needed to rescue, and there's a little cutscene that occurs. Throw them on my back, and now I have to. And that's the funniest part, is like I have to now try to sneak out of this little encampment. What did I say, Boycott? What did I say? They did what on you? Wait, what did I say? Sometimes I talk so fast I don't even know what I said. But I threw the hostage on my back. I had to try to sneak out without being seen. I did so successfully. Then I had to climb a giant mountain to get to my destination, which was a whole nother challenge. And then I was rewarded at the end of that mission with a big open valley beautiful graphics, beautiful scenery, beautiful landscape, and a new low roar song kicked in. And it was just like, dude, this might be the closest thing to gaming perfection. Like, honestly, it's I know it sounds loaded to say that. Like, some people think that's a bit hyperbolic, but I'm like it's just the sequence of events for that one mission was just like, holy shit, dude. This is why this game's going to end up being game of the year for me. And I have to, I got to let Luna out real quick. But yeah, man, it's crazy to think that I'm having these moments in this game. Yeah, Irfin's really hyping me up, dude, and I'm only at chapter 7. I don't even think I think it says I'm about 45% complete so far. So, yeah, just a little update before I talk about Ghost of Yotei on what's going on with Death Stranding 2. And we have Omen86 with another super chat. He says, Forza, Oblivion, Gears, Doom, all great PS5 games, but published by Microsoft. Nope, no sale. I'm taking a stand. No more, not a cent. Let it burn. It's a tough one, Omen. I mean, I can respect it to the extent that I've always stated that if you are in disagreement with a corporation and the way that they're going about handling their business, that stand that you're taking, Omen, that is the most effective thing you can do. I say the same thing for people who feel that way about Sony, where it's like, listen, man, if you really have that much of a problem, you got to unsub from PS Plus. You got to stop giving them your money, because that's the language that these companies speak. They speak the language of money. All they care about at the end of the day, they don't care about your feelings. They want to know, are you giving us your money or not? And, that's why I can respect it, because, Omen, you're just simply saying, no, I'm not giving you my money. That's a tough one, though, man, because, Forza's so good. Doom, I had an okay time with. I don't know if I'm going to be getting Gears. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, Gears is coming out around Metal Gear Solid Delta, so it's like, I don't think I'm going to be getting that one, man. Will I do a spoiler stream after you finish it? I would like to, yeah. I would absolutely like to do a proper spoiler cast where we can talk all about the story of Death Stranding 2, the crazy things that went down. I don't think I did a proper spoiler cast for Death Stranding 1. And honestly, I don't think I really do spoiler casts in general. I should probably start making that a thing. I should. That's why I haven't started doing that, Nick. You got to start building the highways in Death Stranding 2. It's addictive. I've encountered multiple people on the internet so far that said that they stopped making progress in the game because they can't stop building roads and monorails. And I'm like, there's a part of me that almost wants to just play the game as if these things don't even exist, because I don't want that to happen to me. I already almost got completely sidetracked by trying to get 5 stars with different facilities. But I was like, dude, I'm going to end up completing the story of this game after 100 hours. That's not necessarily true. I wouldn't say anything that Kojima makes would be game of the year for me. I don't think that I would say anything. But I do have my bias. Yeah, absolutely. I have my bias towards Kojima. I'm not gonna pretend. MVP Moss 84 with a $2 chat says, what difficulty and porter grade do you have on DS2? Right now I'm playing on normal difficulty. I've been thinking about increasing the difficulty because it doesn't, as of right now, I haven't encountered like a real challenge. I don't know that I'm looking for a real challenge, but there definitely are certain instances. Like I just came across a couple of like robots that seemed really intimidating, and I was wearing the power gloves and I just beat the living shit out of them like instantly, and they did like nothing to me. So it's like, okay, I might increase the difficulty because that felt a little too easy. The boss battles, the closest I actually got to dying was I actually got taken by a BT, and then I had a mini boss battle, and it was just, I was already kind of messed up. I was freaking out because I lost my cargo, and the stress level immediately started rising. Oh, it's all good, Andreas. I know. It's all good. I didn't take it seriously. And I started getting really stressed out, and I'm like, okay, luckily I still have an assault rifle on me. So I whipped it out. Whoa. And I started, taking this thing out, trying to kill it so I can just, I was like really stressing about my cargo because it said it wasn't supposed to be submerged, and I was pretty sure I dropped it in water. But when you get taken by a BT, they like drag you like really far away from your cargo, or a decent amount of distance between you and your cargo. And then Lou is crying, and that's stressing me out. I'm just hearing this baby cry while I'm stuck in the tar, and I got really close to dying. I'm like, yo, I need to like really lock in right now because this thing's about to destroy me. Luckily I took it out. And it was just another one of those moments where it's like, one moment I'm just peacefully walking around, trying to get to my destination. And I'm like, I enter a territory with BTs. I was having trouble. The reason why I ended up getting taken by the BT was because I had the blood boomerang. And I don't know why, because it said you could like sever the connection of the umbilical cord or whatever with the BT. And I was like, all right, maybe I got to sneak up behind it to do that. So I was like sneaking up behind this BT, and that didn't work. And it just noticed me and then immediately grabbed me. And I was like, oh, I just really messed up. But it's just moments like that the game is so fun, man. I put a post out today where I said Death Stranding 2 has some of the most satisfying and addicting gameplay I've ever experienced in any game. And that is not an exaggeration. It's really that good, where there are just these moments, man, where it does, like, you have these moments of intensity, of high stress, and then the relief. You have these moments where there is no stress. You're actually just, it's kind of relaxing. You're just walking across, a beautiful landscape, taking it all in. And, it just reminds me, like, this is why I don't have to go outside. Why would I have to go outside? Look at this. Omen86. Once again, thank you for the super chats, man. Omen86 says, I know it's kind of hardline, but Microsoft is a disease. Sorry. It got real serious real fast. We're bouncing back and forth. Death Stranding. One moment, let me tell you my experience with Death Stranding. Next moment, Microsoft is a disease, bro. They add nothing but misery. Bethesda is my all-time favorite, but Microsoft will run them into the ground. Damn, Omen. Damn, bro. I mean, like I said, man, we all have to make our stands, right, where we feel it's necessary. You got to stand on your principle. If you truly don't like the way Microsoft handles studios and the way that they handle their gaming business, and they picked up one of your favorites and you feel as though they're slowly ruining them, yeah, man. I mean, that I could see how that could frustrate a person to a point where you're at, where it's like, I was kind of relieved when they got Bethesda and ABK, because I'm like, I like these publishers in the sense that, like, occasionally there are games from them I want to play, but they're not my favorites. So, if Microsoft runs them into the ground, it's like, well, that's unfortunate, but it could have been worse. But if Bethesda is one of your favorite publishers, I could completely understand why you're, because I think Matt Booty's running Bethesda, dude. Matt Booty is, if I'm not mistaken, like the new head of Bethesda. And it's like, what has he done? Who is that guy? Who is Matt Booty? What has he done for Microsoft, for gaming? I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just like, I'm very confused as to why this man is now in charge of Bethesda. So, it's stuff like that. Saying Colin Moriarty basically roasted Matt Booty. That's funny, dude. So I'm not the only one asking. But yeah, Omen, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. And I would say the same thing if somebody sent a super chat right now saying the same thing about PlayStation. I would tell them the same thing, that you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta speak with your wallet. I said with your wallet. With your wallet. Why am I talking? I don't talk like that. Shadowlink says into the ground. Yeah, Bethesda seemed like they kind of made some of their own mistakes along the way too. Porter grade, I'm sorry. What Porter grade am I? I think it's got to be like, to be honest, I don't know. I'd have to double check. Because I know that after every mission I complete, my porter grade goes up. And I know it just keeps increasing. I think it's like 1 something. 120 something. I don't know if I'm thinking of the wrong number or the wrong statistic here. Or level, I should say. But I think it's like 120 something. It's either 120 something or 130 something. I don't know. Does that sound right to you guys? Josh, you're saying chapter 10 in DS2 and your porter grade's like 218. Okay, so I think I might be correct. Yeah. I'm in like the 120s or 130s right now. And I always look forward to when you get a new card. Every time you like level up like what, like 7 to 10 times. It gives you a new card and a new like, I guess, name or Oh, I did I also forgot, man, like I built a bridge in the middle. It was in between a run between 2 facilities, and I built a bridge. Yes, rank. There you go. And I totally forgot how if you choose to build something like right dead center in the middle of 2 facilities, it's going to be kind of annoying to upgrade it. But I was like, I don't want to rely on other people to upgrade it. I want to upgrade it to level 3 so people can really use it and appreciate it. And man, forgot how annoying that can be. But I did it, and I do hope it helps people out there. I then realized that there's like 3 other bridges very close proximity to it. I'm like, oh, probably could have just put a ladder down. You're like 217, and you're in the same mission. Well, am I doing something wrong, MVP Moss? Because I just hit chapter 7. I'll have to double check. I could be wrong. I may be higher than I'm remembering. Because every time I finish a mission, I'm like barely paying attention to the the result screen. Did I get to that boss yet? I'm gonna say no, because I don't know what that boss is. Michael, you're asking how many likes do I have in total? Oh geez, I'm gonna have to write this stuff down. I'll have to double check. I think I have like 30 or 40 something thousand likes. See, how do you have 270k likes? Am I not building enough? Mafia Old Country. Maybe we could check out the gameplay later on when we're done talking about the topics. You guys are making me feel like crap, dude. Right? You're like, is this why you asked me this question? Is this why you guys want to know? You have 700,000 likes. Okay, I think I might not be playing this game as efficiently or something. You guys are saying you get the most likes from building roads. Well, I know it's impossible to play the game wrong, but like I'm just feeling like, man, you guys are really lapping me with the amount of likes you're getting and your porter grades. I'm like, what am I doing? I guess I don't know. Maybe I should start building more, maybe I should try to sit down and really start building roads or something. I don't know though. Every time I encounter people that talk about that, they get addicted to building these roads. You want me to use one of your Strand connections? X Shady 0025. You want me to be one of your Strand connections? What are Strand connections? I don't even know what this is. What is it, basically like a friends list? What is there, like a friends list or something? Is there a whole mechanic in this game that I'm like oblivious to? You need a lot of ceramics and metals for the roads. Well, I mean, when I'm doing my deliveries and stuff, I see so much stuff that's already built that I'm like, I just start to think like, what's even the point? You know, like this guy over here has got 300,000 likes on this road. Like, why would I even What am I going to do? You know, like the road, he already made the road. Build something where the people start the game at. It brings their stuff into your game, I think. You could do that in DS1. Oh, I didn't know that. That's kind of wild. What's even crazier is that apparently that was a thing in DS1. I didn't realize you could do that specifically to bring people's stuff, like this person's stuff specifically. Oh, that's super. I'm gonna have to look into that. Well, mine, although I think I've only built like 3 things or whatever. I think mine's just Mr. MBG. So you can connect to other people on your friends list through Strands. You can see their stuff. Make sure to 5-star the Lone Commander. Oh, that's a silenced tranquilized rifle. I have the tranquilizer rifle, but not silenced. Yeah, that's cool too. It really feels like the rewards you get for trying to 5-star some of these facilities and side character quests. I mean, they really do feel worthwhile. I'm starting to feel like they're like, if I miss this entire mechanic, it's not like a massive mechanic, but if I miss the fact that you could make these strand connections in DS1 and missed it again in DS2, it makes me wonder, what the hell else am I missing in this game? Now I'm starting to get nervous that there's like all these different aspects of the game that I'm just like, just not even aware of, or just overlooking, blowing past. Well, anyway, all this is to say, it can be an overwhelming game. All this is to say, I'm thoroughly enjoying my time with Death Stranding 2. And, like I said, I just got to Chapter 7. I'm not rushing it or anything. I am still taking my time. But yeah, the further I get in the game, the more enjoyable it becomes, the more satisfying it becomes. The game really, it's just interesting, the cadence at which the game opens up more and more and more and more as you progress, and even to the point where I'm learning that there are things I'm apparently just missing completely. I mean, look, I haven't completed the game yet, but so far everything I played, I think this game, no doubt, is a Game of the Year contender. Will it win Game of the Year? Who knows? Will it be my personal Game of the Year? I will have to get back to you on that. Oh yeah, no, I got to that part, Nick. Yeah. And I'm really, there are definitely some story things that are being teased but not confirmed, and I'm like, okay. All right, well, let's just see where this goes. But I fully expect it to get just totally out of hand. I fully expect the story to get crazy, out of hand, nearly incomprehensible. Emotional. I've seen multiple people saying that they were crying by the end of the game, and I'm like, damn, dude, I am not surprised. Kojima, he does it every time, man. He does it every time. I don't know how he does it, but he does it every time. You're saying, wait, if you saw tomorrow, then you fought the boss already. Well, let me see. I think I've had about 3 so far, 3 boss fights. Well, because Chapter 7 comes, I believe, after you meet. It's a little bit after you meet tomorrow. I think. Well, I don't want to get too much in the spoiler territory, but I think around Chapter 6. Oh! You're okay. You're talking about Chapter 5. Damn, my bad. Yes, Nominzer. Yes. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about that because, well, frankly, because it's not really a spoiler. I just, people don't know when they're going to encounter it, but Kojima did show off that boss battle publicly, with his event with Jeff Keighley. So yeah, and that was really fun. I won't lie, I watched that event and I watched that boss battle, and the person that was playing it while Kojima was doing commentary for it. and they made it look too easy, dude. To be honest, like this is why I'm not sure if I want to increase the difficulty of the game. I might still, but when I fought that boss battle in chapter 5, I didn't die or anything, but there were a couple of times where I was really caught off guard, and I'm like, whoa, okay, I need to like chill out, and I need to like regroup myself a little bit here and plan out how I'm going to tackle this, because it's not overly difficult, but there are like multiple enemies you're fighting at one time, so you can get overwhelmed. Yeah, sorry about that, Namazer. I don't know why I was just completely like, what boss battle is he talking about? Yeah, no, and with that character in particular, no spoilers. Again, I'm being very vague on purpose. With that character in particular, I'm super interested to see where that goes, because there's something really interesting going on there and something being teased. But yeah, so there's my my update for Death Stranding 2, man. Yeah, I mean, what else can I say at this point? I'm going to keep playing it. I'll keep giving you guys updates, and by the time I complete it, the only question I think I'll have is if I want to do a spoiler cast, like before or after I platinum it. I think I could probably do it before, you know. I think the spoiler cast is mainly just going to be for story stuff. So when I beat the game, I'll let you know, and we'll talk about it in depth. I know a lot of you guys who already beat it really do want to talk about it. You're thinking of getting Lies of Emo? What's that? Emo Pinocchio. Oh, okay. I would recommend it, Tyler. It's a great game. Lies of P is a fantastic game. Very good. Like quite possibly the best Souls-like made so far. There are aspects of Lies of P that I like better than actual From Software Souls games. No, I didn't play the DLC yet. That's another thing that's going to be on my backlog. I want to, though. It's just that I know it's probably going to be pretty difficult, so I'm going to need time to reacquaint myself with the game. But I did platinum the base game, and it was really, really good. So, highly recommend it. Let's talk about Ghost of Yotei. And this is what makes this conversation about Ghost of Yotei so interesting. It's crazy that we are in the midst of playing Death Stranding 2. You know, potential Game of the Year banger just dropped from PlayStation Studios and Kojima Productions, but we don't even have time to breathe and soak it all in because Sony's coming out with Sucker Punch being like, and now we're going to do a 20-minute state of play, a 20-minute gameplay deep dive for Ghost of Yotei. It's already up on the PlayStation YouTube channel. Again, I will be streaming it live tomorrow. I'll probably do my regular Press X podcast where we just kind of like hang out and maybe we'll talk about any other topics, and then we'll go right into the state of play. For me, it's going to be at 5 o'clock, so I may or may not take a break in between, but yeah, they did confirm that the state of play that we're going to be getting tomorrow will be 20 minutes long. So it's going to be a really good chunk of gameplay. I'm assuming it's going to be very similar to the previous Ghost of Tsushima, the previous Ghost of Tsushima state of play that we got, which was pretty thorough, pretty in-depth, and very awesome. They do confirm that they're going to be showing off new weapons. This, to me, might be the biggest thing that I'm interested in seeing. Obviously I'm interested in the entire aspect of Ghost of Yotei and seeing as much as I can. But the thing that I love so much about Ghost of Tsushima is you only get one melee weapon pretty much the whole game, which is the katana, your samurai. But, when you hear that, you think, well, that might get really old and really boring. But Sucker Punch did an incredible job at fleshing out that singular weapon where you had 4 different stances. You had ability and skill trees and move trees, basically, that you could unlock for each different stance. And it looked awesome. Gaming Survivor, peace out, man. I appreciate you hanging out. Good luck. I will say that I'll be doing a members lounge later, so maybe you can tune in later. If not, watch it after the fact. I'm sure it'll be a good one. You dual wield katanas. I think they showed that, yeah, in the trailer. You will have a rifle. I don't think you're gonna be able to just go around shooting everybody in this game. I don't think it'll be like that. But you're saying it's 20 minutes of gameplay. The show will be longer. You think so? Did they confirm that? Let me see. They say our stated play features nearly 20 minutes of Ghost of Yotei gameplay hosted by Sucker Punch's creative directors Jason Connell and Nate Fox. Beyond sharing more about Atsu's quest for vengeance, we're excited to show off her new weapons, new ways to personalize your journey at the edge of Japan, new special modes, and much more. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe when they... All right. Yeah, so the way that they word that, they almost kind of imply that we will see 20 minutes of gameplay, but then they're going to have like separate segments that talk specifically about the different modes and stuff like that. I did talk about this briefly yesterday, but will there be a PS5 Pro bundle? That's a good question. So far, I don't think there's been any Pro bundles. But yeah, I mean, this would, I don't know. They've done bundles for Ragnarok. They did it for, yeah, you know what, actually? I think we could see a base PS5 and PS5 Pro bundle for Ghost of Yotei. Oh, perfect image. I'm sorry about that, buddy. Why is it a perfect image? My bad, bro. I'm always keeping you waiting. You dropped a, let me make sure I didn't miss any others. You dropped a direct donation, and you're saying Ghost of Yotei is my day one. F whoever's hating on it because of the actress. I'm hyped. Also, Mafia Old Country, day one. I'm going to have fun this year. PS Extra plus because of my kids. Yeah, perfect image. I think you've told me that before, that you take advantage of PlayStation Plus Extra. Your kids like to play the different games that drop on there. Didn't they drop? I think they. I don't know how young your kids are, but I think the Bluey game is one of the games this month. Let me double check. It is. Yeah, they dropped the Bluey game, which I highly recommend. I played the Bluey game with my son. We got the platinum. It was a good time. It was a good time, actually. Really good game to play with your kids if they're into Bluey at all. Depending on what age they are. And we have Omen86 with another super chat. Thank you so much, Omen. You're saying the Ghost intro was so epic. Also, that moment when you run into the field on your horse and the logo shows up. Damn, truly epic. Pure cinema. Pure cinema, bro. Yeah, I think that's one of the more iconic opening sequences of a game. Honor died on the beach. I mean, I remember when playing Ghost of Tsushima for the first time, the samurai, one of the samurai leaders, I guess, like approaches the Mongol general, and he just like cuts his head off, just absolute savagery. And I'm like, I mean, I just remember seeing that. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. And it is very, very cool. I think the opening of Tsushima, I frequently think about the ending. I frequently think about the dynamic between his struggle for, sticking with the traditional way of doing things versus going outside of, what is known, going against his uncle. But yeah, I think the intro and the opening of Tsushima is actually kind of underrated. But the more I think about it, yeah, dude, it's one of the best, especially when, like you're saying, when you go through the field and you're riding on the horse. Incredible. I mean, it does make you wonder, like, how they're going to top that with Yotei. That's the thing, man. I think the stakes are high for this game. I think the stakes are high. I think the question, the thing that people are going to be looking for with Ghost of Yotei, I think everybody who's excited for it and enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima knows it's going to be good. But with sequels like this, there's always that question, can it top the first one? Like, if the first one was considered really, really top tier, really good, one of the best, can the sequel live up to it or top it? And I don't know that I'm fully convinced yet that Ghost of Yotei will top Tsushima. That's going to be a tough one because Ghost of Tsushima is one of my favorite games. And I think it would be okay if it didn't top it, right? It doesn't have to, but you just can't help but wonder, you can't help but wonder, like, Can they do it? I mean, I think it could be a split thing where in some instances, some things they do much better than they did in Tsushima. Other things, maybe not so much. So it could kind of be like an even split type thing. But the Ghost of Tsushima movie, as far as I'm aware, is still in development. I don't know how it's progressing, but we do know that Chad Stahelski, who was the director of the John Wick franchise, he's working on it. I think it's still in development. I don't think it's been canceled or anything like that. Yeah, a lot of people want Jin Sakai to return, but this is set 300 years after, so he's long gone. Do I think this new female character will become beloved? I do think it's a challenge. Yeah, I think it's a challenge that presents itself. Jin was a really cool character, and I don't know, man. I could see Atsu becoming. I don't know if she'll be as beloved as Jin, because Jin's the first. I mean, he's the first ghost, and his story was really well done, really told really well. The actor did a great job. The writing was good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they can get close to it. I think that they can prove. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to prove a lot of people wrong. Where it's like, this is actually a cool character and a relatable character in some sense. That's what I liked about Jin, is that like the struggles that he was going through, they felt relatable, to a certain extent. If they can do that with this character Atsu, then I think, I don't see any reason why she couldn't be as beloved. I mean, if they make this character unlikable or unrelatable in almost all regards, that would be bad. And then you're going to see people coming out being like, bro, I can't believe we got this character instead of Jin. I don't see that. The one thing I will say is that she seems quieter than Jin seemed. I feel like by this point in time, we just heard more dialogue from Jin. Like we had a slightly better feel for the character. So I could see her maybe being a quieter character overall. And I don't think that would be a bad thing, but I think it would make it more difficult to make that character as, again, as beloved as Jin. We'll have to see, though. We'll find out tomorrow. The DLC will be how Jin became the wolf. Jin was a little slow. Hence why he was relatable. Jin was a little slow, bro. I gotta ask you though, like, when you say that, Nick, because I don't know, it just caught me off guard and made me laugh. What moment are you thinking of in particular? There has to be a specific moment that makes you feel like Jin was a little slow. Lux, you're saying with a super chat, why even make a sequel to Ghost if not to top it? Well, I mean, that's the thing. I think every studio, when they make a sequel, their goal is we want to top our last game. We want to do better. It's just when you set the bar so high, it can be difficult to do that. Dude, I said a little bit ago that I really want to see the weapons. I want to see the weapons. I want to see if they flesh out all the new weapons you can use in the same way that they fleshed out the katana. If they do that, bro, just from a gameplay perspective, I mean, that's going to, I think, automatically feel better than Ghost of Tsushima. But they might not give it the same amount of attention or depth. So I'm going to be really interested to see that. Because the combat in Ghost of Tsushima was amazing. Like, that was like one of the best aspects of that game. He was just always listening to everybody most of the time. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't think Jin was slow. It's just such a funny way to put it. I think he was just conflicted. He just seemed like always kind of at odds with himself. Not sure which, what to choose. It was it's in the 16th century. It'll have tons of guns. Well, It's going to be exciting tomorrow. One of the things I do want to say is that, well, I've said it before, but I will bring it up again and probably continue to do so, that Sucker Punch has not given me any reason to doubt them. They've earned the benefit of the doubt. Certainly. They have proven themselves. And the thing that I find most interesting about Ghost of Yotei is that I feel like with Ghost of Tsushima, when people criticize that game sometimes because they're like, well, it kind of does a lot of things that feel Ubisoft-esque, just kind of cookie cutter open world type stuff. And that's true. And it's not bad. It just depends on your view of that type of open world gameplay or some of those open world elements. The thing that I'm interested to find out with Ghost of Yotei is they had over 5 years to develop this game since they shipped Ghost of Tsushima. And Ghost of Tsushima is like the template, right? Like the foundation. So creating that foundation and creating that template is very difficult and takes the most amount of time development-wise when you're making a new IP. What this means is that there are so many things that they could have added to this experience. So many things that they probably wanted to have there for Ghost of Tsushima or thought about trying to implement for Ghost of Tsushima, but just simply didn't have the time. To whereas, you're talking about like over 5.5 years purely dedicated to building off of a foundation that you already set. That can go one of two ways. That doesn't always work out, but I am really curious to see where I think Ghost of Tsushima is one of these games where, for as much as I loved it, there was absolutely quite a bit of room for improvement in certain areas. And now that it's set 300 years after Tsushima, yeah, man, I'm curious if they have any surprises up their sleeve that they haven't really alluded to yet or made us fully aware of. But Sucker Punch is a very good studio, man. You want the platinum to be harder? Yeah, Tsushima's platinum wasn't difficult. You know what was difficult about getting all the trophies for Tsushima was with the Legends multiplayer mode. They actually added a raid, bro, and that was difficult. It was actually shockingly difficult. I did get every single trophy for Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, which included the Legends mode, and yeah, some of the multiplayer stuff was a little bit difficult. I'm just so curious if they're going to do that again, man. Like, I'll tell you this. One of the most disappointing things, and I know not everybody's going to be in agreement with this, but one of the most disappointing things that could occur with Ghost of Yotei is if they don't do a proper follow-up to Legends. Because believe me when I tell you, Ghost of Tsushima Legends had no right being as good as it was. Sucker Punch straight up proved that, oh yeah, we can make a top-tier multiplayer experience. And it's like, what can't you guys do? Like, they were doing things better than like Bungie was with Destiny at the time, or Destiny 2. They were doing things better than most other multiplayer games, but they were like, yeah, this is a standalone experience. It's not going to get updated. It's not going to get more content. It's standalone. And you just had this feeling when you completed all the content, like, oh man, I am hungry for more. But they were like, well, we gotta move on to making our next single player game, which is good. But having a proper follow-up to Legends would be amazing. I just don't know how that would happen when we are looking at Sony at a time where they want live services. So, if it's a choice between live service and single player, obviously stick with single player. But sheesh, man, there's no denying that Sucker Punch, they're sitting on a lot of multiplayer talent there. Let me see here. PvP duels would be cool. Planet Schlorpian with the super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I loathe the bandwagon hate against AC Shadows and thought it was awesome. It's cool to see we're getting both Shadows and Yotei in the same year. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that. I did pass on Assassin's Creed Shadows just because I've never really gotten into Assassin's Creed, although I did hear good things about it. That was one of those rare instances where I was going around listening to reviews from people and seeing what people were saying, and I felt like I couldn't get I couldn't get a solid answer. And there was so much drama around it too, that who's talking about it now, right? It was only good for the grift. Well, I mean, it's understandable why Ubisoft going in the direction they did with that game. It was always going to have drama around it. But the point is it's just everybody's moved on. And I encountered quite a few people, truthfully, that when that game came out, they were like, dude, this game's really fun. Like, I'm actually really enjoying this game, and I'm not understanding the hate. I don't understand why people have this much of a problem or acting like, it's some kind of awful game or something. And, that wasn't enough to convince me to play it. Cause again, I'm not an Assassin's Creed player, but generally speaking, man, like I've heard good things about it. Like the worst thing I've heard about it is that it's too grindy or like it gets overly repetitive. But I'm like, well, I mean, isn't that like all Assassin's Creed games mainly? From what I understand. But yeah, dude, it is interesting to think that Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ghost of Yotei are both launching in the same year. Garrett, you got the platinum for AC Shadows? You're saying it was a solid game, but definitely had some Ubisoft bloat. Tarnished, you're saying it's just sheer racism? Scorpion, you're saying you're 90 hours in Shadows and still not done. Damn, dude. I think that's one of the things that actually turned me off to it, where I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. Like, I like a long game, but I don't know if I like a super bloated game. But if that's one of the only games or one of the bigger games of the year that you're looking forward to, I could see how you could get into it. I do like the grind. I do like grindy games. But it depends on how that grind is facilitated, If the repetition becomes like too obvious, too much the same. I don't know though. Sometimes there are instances where I can enjoy that too. It'd be funny if I end up finding out that I would actually love Assassin's Creed. I've just been sitting on it this whole time. 140 hours to get the platinum. That's crazy. That's a long game, dude. 140 hours. And I'm assuming that's the whole time actively trying to go for 100% completion. Tarnished, I don't know about that. No, I don't. To be clear, I don't think Ghost of Yotei is going to be woke. I know that there are people who have that fear, but I'm like, dude, it would be so painfully obvious if they did that, and the backlash will be bad because it's a game set in 16th century Japan, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Tarnished, I'm sorry. Sometimes it's difficult to read sarcasm. But you know what? That's what's funny is like, I mean, I see stuff like that in earnest where it's like, well, I mean, look, man, if we tune in tomorrow and it's like the most wokeified game we've ever seen, it's going to be bad. Like that. Listen, I'll tell you this. I remember, what was it, like 5 months ago? 5 or 6 months ago, give or take. I came across this video that ended up getting like over 100,000 views, 150,000 views or something like that. And it was about Sucker Punch. And I'm not going to name who the creator was. You probably know who they are. And, people were telling me like, go react to this, man. Like, listen to this, this person's getting inside information. And it sounded bad. Like their supposed insider claimed that the game got like rebooted or something, or they were originally going to go with a sequel with Jin, but they decided to kind of go woke with it and diversify and all, and it made it sound like, man, this is going to be like a mega cringe game. Like it's going to be a really bad game, and like Sony I think the rumor even claimed it wasn't even a real rumor. It's clearly a fake rumor, but it got so much attention where it was like claiming that Sony was actually unhappy. Yeah, there you go. Tarnished, that's who it was. Yeah. I even forgot the name. And it was like claiming that Sony was like unhappy and frustrated or something. And I'm like, dude, I remember at the time just being like, this sounds like a load of bullshit, man. Like I understand, even if it's like, oh, well, it's my source. It's like your source sounds like the source genuinely just sounds like I made it up. Like, honestly. And now that we're getting closer to seeing this game and we've seen more of it, and, you know, it's becoming clear that this is a game that Sony is obviously fully behind. Listen, I don't want to like jinx it. We will see what happens tomorrow with the state of play. There could be things that they show that we end up kind of looking at each other being like, whoa, like what's going on here? I'm not expecting that. You know, there's always a possibility, but I'm expecting tomorrow we're going to look at each other and be like, this looks fucking amazing. You know, like this is it, bro. Like we're getting another banger. That's my expectation. And I think Sucker Punch earned that. Yeah, that's another thing it said, that like a lot of the development team like left or whatever. It's like, dude, Jason Connell and Nate Fox, they're like the main. People were freaking out too because they're like, oh my god, they have a writer, like one or two writers working on this game that worked on what was it, Dragon Age Veilguard. But what people are leaving out is that it's like, dude, they left years ago before before that game probably got rebooted like 3 times. They left, like they had almost pretty much nothing to do with the final product that was Dragon Age Veilguard and its writing. And I think people were just, you know, again, they're jumping the shark as always in the name of making people feel unsettled and nervous about what will likely be a great game that's coming up. By the way, guys, do me a favor. If you haven't, take a moment, please hit that like button. We're at 99 likes. I want to see if we can do a big push for 125 likes. Liking the stream lets me know you enjoy it, lets me know you're having a good time, and it also really helps with YouTube's algorithm. So if that's the only way you can help the stream today, take a moment, hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. Really quick, before I read what you said in the super chat, Planet Schlorpian, Broccoli Rob, a member for 18 months, says, it's my birthday. Can I borrow $1? Absolutely not, Broccoli Rob. You will never get $1. You will never get $1. But you can keep asking, bro. That's what you do. You got to keep going. You got to keep asking. Maybe one day. Maybe when I retire the channel. But like, there's one last thing I got to do. This one's for you, Broccoli Rob. But happy birthday, man. It's Broccoli Rob's birthday. Let's get some happy birthday wishes going in the chat. How old are you turning, Broccoli Rob, if you care to disclose? He's gonna be like, I'm 87. I got this 87-year-old Broccoli Rob in my chat asking for $1. 69. Of course. Of course. Broccoli Rob just turned 69. Something tells me he turned 69 last year, and he'll turn 69 next year too. But happy birthday, man. We also have Planet Schlorpian with a $5 super chat, and he says, why is a buzz cut such a bad thing to begin with? Have literally none of you seen hot chicks with short hair? Uh-oh. Did it just leak out that that Atsu's gonna have a shaved head for Ghost of Yotei? Yo, how funny would that be? What are they trying to say? No, I think you're talking about Intergalactic. I know that's what you're talking about, Planet Schlorpian. You're talking about Intergalactic. I'll be honest, man. Like, I can't even pay attention to it anymore. Like, here's the problem with this conversation, and I'm only going to entertain it for approximately 2 minutes. Although it will be a nice segue to talking about the new Last of Us Part 2 update that just dropped yesterday. The name of the character in Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, is Jordan A. Munn, I think. Here's the problem with people who have an issue with how she looks. The thing that you are requesting, right? Because I see it, somewhat frequently. I've been seeing it a little bit less these days. It's like, well, she has to look attractive. Tyler, this is another one of those moments where I'm trying to say something I happened to catch what somebody just said in the chat, and it just, I'm just gone, bro. I mean, I'm kind of sorry to hear that, though. Better luck next time, I guess. Well, I mean, you said it was your first girlfriend, so maybe things have improved since then. What was I just talking about? Here comes Omen, thank God, saved by Omen86 with another super chat, and he says, I'm holding a Switch 2 Pro controller. For someone who mostly plays with the PlayStation DualSense, it actually feels great. Nintendo premium quality. Uh-oh. Guys, I think we're losing Omen. I think we're watching ourselves lose Omen to Nintendo in real time. No, Omen. The DualSense is the best. Sony premium quality. No, Omen, we can't lose you like this. No, I'm just kidding, man. I would actually like to hold the Switch 2 Pro controller. I probably won't, at least not anytime remotely soon, but I would be curious to kind of compare it. Because, dude, the only controller I've been holding for the last 5 years is the DualSense. I kind of miss the DualShock 4 a little bit, just because I kind of miss... The DualShock 4 is a great feeling controller. I think the DualSense is better overall, but I still miss the DualShock 4 a little bit. I kind of miss the Xbox controller feel a little bit too. And I don't think I ever held the Switch 1 Pro controller, so I don't even know what that feels like. But I don't know. I'd be interested to compare. You're saying it feels good, though. Or no, you're saying it feels great. Dude, Nintendo's taken over Omen like the symbiote. If you hold the DualShock 4 now, it feels cheap. I would believe that. Yeah, the DualSense feels way more premium, and it's just, not only is it larger, but it's heavier. But I always kind of like the feel of the DualShock 4, although it probably does feel cheaper now. I think both Sony and Nintendo, well, I was going to say Sony and Microsoft, but I guess apparently Nintendo as well. I can't really vouch for them, but I think they've all done a good job with their controllers over the years. I think the only real slip up was Sony trying to do that boomerang controller. Not sure what was going on in Sony's head, when they came up with that. That's such a shame, Tarnished, but I'm not surprised. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's working for some people, that's what they're going to lean into, I heard that. I heard the battery life on the Nintendo Pro controller is like nuts. Is it like 60 hours or something? This is something crazy. Go smell GameStop? Yo, Tyler Bones keeps getting me with these out-of-pocket chats, man. You want me to go smell GameStop? What does that even mean? What are you trying to say? Is there something I should be aware of? Tarnished, you're saying the DualSense is really the best controller ever for you? Well, listen, the whole point that I was going to try to make before I got completely distracted, not by you, Omen, but by earlier chats, all I was going to say is that for the people who have a problem with the way the character Jordan looks in Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, the solution exists right now. And I think that it's very simple. Some people, or at least quite a few people, if you go based off of what you're reading on the internet, they believe she should look much more attractive, and that if Naughty Dog is going to put a female character as the lead, she should look, well, let's just face it, sexy, right? They don't believe, because when you look at the character as is, I'm not saying she looks the most attractive, but she doesn't look like hideous or something. It doesn't look like they went out of her way to make her ugly, because she's based off of a real life person. Like, I've seen her in shows before. Like, she looks good. Like, she looks fine, But, people are kind of making it seem like they beat her with an ugly stick or something, But the solution, and here's the important part, the solution is if you're that person that's like, my characters need to look sexy and they need to be busty and they got to be they got to be hypersexualized. Dude, they exist. Those games exist. Like literally, those are that's the main selling point of many different games these days, especially out of like Korea and stuff. The solution exists, man. And it's there. Like, go enjoy yourself, right? Like, not everything has to be one way. Like, if Naughty Dog says we don't want to over-sexualize or hypersexualize our female lead, they don't have to. Because guess what? There's another studio out there making probably an action-oriented game that will be somewhat similar. Stellar Blade, right there. There you go. Enjoy. We can have all different things. They don't all have to fall under the one category. It doesn't have to be one way all the time. Or like, yeah, I need a female character that has beautiful hair. Guess what? Play Stellar Blade. You can customize her hair. You can make her hair exactly how you want it. Damn, bro. Michael says, exactly. He says, right. We have the hub for a reason. Well, I mean, sure. Yeah, there you go. You got the Gooner Brigade coming out. They just can't help themselves. They can't help themselves, man. But yeah, on a more serious note, I think that to me, that's not even a valid criticism of the game. And I think if anything, it just reveals that there's too many immature people trying to partake in the conversation where it's like, bro, listen, just relax. We'll see where this goes. Lux, you're saying with a super chat, PC port of Intergalactic equals mod her hair and beard. Yeah, give her a Kratos beard, bro. Just make her Kratos. Keep her bald. Throw on the beard. Make her Kratos. Give her the scars. Oh, man. Well, let's see. If Intergalactic is going to end up being a 2027 game, probably won't be on PC till 2029, maybe? Something like that. Anyway, with that being said, let's talk about this new update. All right. Big update that I definitely want to unpack here with you guys. For The Last of Us Part 2, they're introducing what they're calling chronological mode. It sounds so weird. That's such a weird name for a mode, but this is I think this is quite significant. I know people are very much tired of Naughty Dog focusing on The Last of Us, and I completely understand. It does feel like it's suffering from serious fatigue. You got The Last of Us Part 1, The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. You got, The Last of Us Complete. You got The Last of Us Season 2. I mean, it just feels like it does feel like it's becoming oversaturated. I do think people need to kind of keep in mind, though, that Naughty Dog is working on a new game. They haven't shown much of it, and we would like to see more of it, but, I think just people need to pump the brakes a little bit in terms of the level of hate. But here's the big thing about this. This update is free, and it seems quite significant. Like, I'll be honest, this update is actually tempting me to even go back and play The Last of Us Part 2, or at least give it a go, because the chronological mode update is exactly what it sounds like. You will be able to play the game in chronological order. Now, if you've played The Last of Us Part 2, you know that this game is all over the place, but intentionally so. The game has a ton of flashback sequences, and to be honest, I'm not quite sure how this won't break the experience, but they say here that those who have already played The Last of Us Part 2 will know that the story is told non-linearly as Ellie and Abby's motivations, realizations, and emotional stakes unfold across myriad flashbacks and present-day storylines. While the structure is very intentional and core to how our studio wanted Part 2's themes and narrative beats to impact players, we always wondered what it would be like to experience this story chronologically. And so now finally we can answer that question. Through the new chronological mode, we believe players will gain even deeper insight into Part 2's narrative. Players will be able to see how Ellie being gifted a guitar flows neatly into her learning to play, for example, while the journey through Seattle will showcase the fascinating parallels between Ellie and Abby's crisscrossing journeys. You'll see just how close they come into running to each other, how their actions impact each other, and more. And to me, this is the most interesting part. It was no small feat to bring The Last of Us Part 2's story chronologically together, given that Part 2's story is so meticulously put together. We are grateful to the developers, both at Naughty Dog and our partners at Nixxes, to make the chronological mode as smooth as possible. And while we of course recommend players still new to the game play through Part 2's story as was originally developed, the team's hard work has paid off with a fascinating new way to enjoy this chapter. So, yeah, man, this is quite a fascinating update and something that I don't want to like overanalyze it. They do make it clear in the blog post that, you know, they're talking about their original intention and the original structure and how they're, you know, that was the way it was intended to be experienced. But I just like, I have a question, and that is like, why would they do this? And I'm asking that question because I said the most important part of this blog post is that they say that this was no easy feat. In fact, apparently it was so difficult to do this that they had to enlist the help of Nixxes to help them get it done. And I'm like to me, that communicates to me that this was a big undertaking and something that they felt like we need to do this. I don't know. I don't want to overthink it, but I just think that's fascinating. You know, like it almost feels to me, and I know this is a bit of a stretch. I know that some people are going to get defensive, and I don't mean it. I'm not trying to like argue. It's not about that, but it almost feels like, what's the best way to word this? It's not like, oh yeah, we messed up and we're correcting it. It's not like that. It feels more like, well, a lot of people feel that the story, the story in the game would be better. It would be perceived better if we did it this way, if we did it in a chronological order. And I'm like, well, this is kind of why I'm considering actually playing this and re-experiencing it, because I want to know, like, what difference does it make? Because what if you play it and it's like, oh my God, it almost feels like a different game. Like everything feels so dramatically different. You know, spoiler alert, but I don't think it's a spoiler at this point. It's like, so this would mean Joel dies what, like 1/3 through the game, closer to halfway through the game, or something like that. I don't know, man. It's an interesting prospect. And I think it's interesting and kind of telling that they put so much effort into making this a reality. It just seems like something they earnestly really wanted to do. And they just simply say that they've always wondered. But Lux, you're saying here, special chronological limited edition remake for PS6? Dude, I mean, that's a hell of a title. Introducing The Last of Us chronological special limited remake remaster edition for PlayStation 6. $80. Oh my God. No, I mean, to be honest, Lux, that's what I think is kind of cool about this update is, as somebody who is also getting kind of tired, I am getting tired of hearing about The Last of Us. It does feel like it's too much. It does feel like we need a long break after. I mean, I don't know. We need a break. We do. But at the same time, when it's a surprise update and they're just like, it's free and it's out now. And I'm like, well, damn. I mean, you can't really be mad at that. But this chronological mode update, man, is really something, because I mean, I saw some reactions to this, and people were like, "Oh yeah, it's going to be so cool to fight a bloater during a flashback sequence in like one of the first segments of the game," to then realize that that's not happening for like another like 25 hours or something. But that's where they make it clear that they enlisted the help of Nixus, and they had to clearly, I don't know. I almost wonder, like, what other changes did they potentially make here? Like, how deep does this run? Like, do you think that they added enemies at any certain point? Did they? I don't know. I might check. I don't know. I'm not going to check it out right now. I'm busy playing The Last of Us Part 2. Oh, no, sorry. I'm not playing The Last of Us Part 2. I'm busy playing Death Stranding 2. I don't know that I'm going to make room for The Last of Us Part 2 chronological mode, but has anybody here started playing it? Because I believe the update went out yesterday. I don't know if it makes it more or less difficult. How does upgrading work? I don't know. I mean, it does. This is one of those things where it changes. It's a fundamental change in the game. You know? Nick with a $2 super chat says Nixus involved equals it's coming to Xbox. Oh, dude, if Sony does that, it's over. I didn't think about that. Well, yeah, I guess Nixus has been pretty busy. Rather than working on PC ports, Nixus is working. They were porting Helldivers to Xbox, and then they're working on this with Naughty Dog. I don't know. I don't, because you would think if they were going to do that, they would have just done it now, right? Right? Like I don't know. I don't know that I'm reading this that The Last of Us Part 2 remastered is coming to Xbox, as much as I'm just reading it as when Naughty Dog tells me that it was not easy to create this mode. Like, this was very difficult. I'm more inclined to believe that, like, yeah, I don't even know how you begin to do that, but I could imagine it's something that requires a bit of heavy lifting. I just wonder why, dude. Like, I know they're like, oh, we just wanted to know, like, but really, though? You sure? Because I don't know, man. We're not talking about a random game and a random story. We're talking about one of the most prolific, divisive and polarizing stories ever created. Not even just for video games, just in general. And they're just like, yeah, we're just introducing chronological mode. It's a completely new way. Like, it basically completely fundamentally changes the story. And my question is, yeah, we are reading the blog post, and they do make it clear that they want you to play it the original way. They do talk about how, they don't give any hint that it's because they have a problem with, they don't have any problem with the original story. The question I guess I want to ask at this point is, what if people end up liking this version better? And that's partly why I might not play it myself, but I might look it up on YouTube or something and watch some of it to see, like, what does this actually look like? Maybe it doesn't change anything. Maybe it's just like, oh yeah, because one of the biggest things you're removing in the chronological mode, like, I want you to imagine you're somebody who's playing it for the first time and you play it in the chronological mode. One of the things you're instantly removing, two of the things actually, is Joel's sudden and immediate death, and the shock of, by the way, halfway through this game, you're playing as that character for the rest of the game, practically, for almost the rest of the game. I mean, those two things, I think, really, again, it has a shock factor that it's like, if you want to talk about what made the story so divisive, those were major factors. But if you play it this way, you're introduced to Abby immediately, and you're watching the flashbacks of both Ellie and Abby at the same time. So I don't know, man. It's interesting. It's really interesting. I'm very surprised that this was an update that they decided to do, just because it feels truly unique in a sense. Like, I don't recall seeing, has another developer ever done this? Like, here's a completely different like way to play the story. Maybe it's unique to The Last of Us Part 2 because of the way the story is told. I don't know. If it doesn't change the ending, it's pointless. You think so? Lux with a super chat says it's already on PC, so of course they'll be helping. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I wouldn't. I do think it's a bit of a leap, truly, to just, to assume that, well, if Nixus helped port Helldivers to Xbox, and then they're, if they helped Naughty Dog with this, then I guess that means The Last of Us Part 2 is going to Xbox. Like, I don't think so, man. Like, I think, like, I don't want to presume to know how Sony's executives think or how they're run or like how they're running their business, but it's like, surely somebody in an important enough position would be able to notify, whether that be Hiroki Totoki or Hideaki Nishino or whoever, that if you choose to do this, it's going to send such a big, it's going to be, you can't undo it, is what I'm trying to say. Like, you could put Helldivers 2 on Xbox, and that could be the only game you ever put on Xbox, and people will, will move on and be like, okay, well, does this mean Wolverine's still going to be exclusive? It's like, yeah. Oh. But if you send something like The Last of Us Part 2 remastered to Xbox, that's it, man. Like, there's no question anymore after that. It's kind of similar to what we just saw with the Xbox situation, where I understand that it's like, oh, well, the Helldivers thing is the same as what Xbox did. It's like, well, maybe at first, but then Xbox said, oh, here's Forza and Gears of War, and, now people are anticipating games like Gears of War E-Day and Fable being day one on PS5. I don't know that people are looking at Helldivers going to Xbox and being like, so this must mean I'm going to get Wolverine day one on Xbox. I think if that's what you're seeing, you are leaping to a conclusion, and I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like surely somebody at Sony would understand that if you do that, you can't undo it. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. That's all I'm trying to say. By the way, guys, I have to mess with my audio a little bit here. So if you start to have trouble hearing me for any reason, let me know. I will correct it. I have to tweak it just a little bit. All right, yeah, you let me know if we're good. Let me know if we're good, or if it's too much or whatever. Just trying to make some tweaks on the fly. And Lux with another super chat. Appreciate all the super chats, Lux. You're saying, I mean that they will help with the PC port of this update. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's, Nixus, they are kind of the PC experts. They've been helping seemingly every PlayStation studio that's been bringing anything of theirs to PC. So I do imagine that, yeah, this is an update that dropped day one on PC alongside PS5. Titus, this is technically the new microphone. I ended up deciding to buy the same one, just, rebuying it basically. But it's not one of these things where if it ain't broke, Titus, I don't know if you were here. I tried, so I ended up buying the original mic that I was intending to get, and I tried setting it up, and it seemed like I got a defective mic. I got it for a good deal, and it was a deal that's like, okay, well, maybe this is why it's such a good deal. And after setting it up, it just wasn't working correctly. Like something was terribly wrong. So I ended up returning all that stuff, but it's actually a good thing I did, because what ended up happening was I was like, okay, maybe I'll just consider going for what? I don't know. She's not in here. I let her up. Maybe I'll end up going for the same mic that I had, because it's a good mic. The sound quality I think is great. It certainly, people seem to like it. I like it. It's what I'm used to. It's a good thing I did that, though, at least for now anyway. I might still end up upgrading my mic in the not too distant future. But I took the extra money that was left over after repurchasing this one, and I ended up using it to buy Mrs. MEG. She needed crutches, like elbow crutches, because she just found out on it's shitty situation, but her back is literally broken. Her spine is broken, and it's like if it's supposed to be like this, it's like that. So that was a sudden expense that I wasn't necessarily prepared for, but that's the beauty of it. It almost makes me wonder if that microphone wasn't supposed to work and it was supposed to be returned, because I had quite literally just enough money to be able to buy those crutches, which she's using them now, and they're helping a lot. And yeah, it really sucks. Really, really sucks. But, we're going to have to see what happens in the future with that. But yeah, so it may seem like, yeah, I've mentioned that to her a few times, the Mike Tyson reference. Is she going to need surgery? Eventually. Yeah, it's very, very, very serious surgery. In fact, it's so serious that it's like they want to try to put it off for as long as possible, mainly because the recovery is going to be insane. The recovery is going to be insane, and it's going to interfere quite a bit. So the idea is try to manage it, because it's not like dangerous necessarily. Like she'll be like, she's able to walk, she's able to function. It's just she's in a ton of pain. So it's more like a pain thing. So that's why it was recommended to get these crutches, possibly even a wheelchair temporarily at some point, if need be, to manage the pain, because the surgery is going to be, it's like, it's going to be pretty serious, and it should improve things, obviously, but the doctor ultimately just said it's kind of up to her to decide. So like when the pain gets to a point where if it seems like it's getting worse and she's just really struggling to move, and it really gets to a point where it's just like, this isn't manageable anymore, then we'll have to go through with it. And, obviously these things can be very, very expensive as well. So, and if you're wondering how her spine broke, it wasn't an accident, actually. Like, it's not like she didn't get in some type of accident. She found out not that long ago that she has it's a disease called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or EDS for short. And basically what it means, and people are born with this disease. It's pretty rare. But I think it's more common in women than men. But it basically means that your bones and all your connective tissues, your joints, are very, very weak and extremely susceptible to any type of damage, honestly, to a point where, like, even just, like if a person with EDS were to like fall, they have a much higher chance of breaking something or snapping a ligament or a tendon, or even just doing normal things like sneezing or something. So it sucks. It sucks, but you're saying it's common. I don't think I don't know if it's common or not. From what I mean, it's not. It's at least uncommon enough that it took a long time for the doctors to diagnose it, apparently. But apparently a big telltale sign like for like growing up for kids or teenagers is if you're like abnormally flexible and like in some cases double joint, well not double jointed, but like you can just like move in some ways where it's like, oh, like that can be a sign that you may have that. Not in all cases, certainly not. But anyway, I just wanted to give that explanation because yeah, I've been encountering people are asking me where's the new microphone. Rest assured that this is the new microphone. Like the other one literally stopped working. That's why there's no more tape around it because I had to like makeshift try to fix it, and it's a good thing it's a good thing we hit the goal when we did though, because that thing doesn't work at all anymore. I tested it out the other day to see if it still had any use, and it's toast. So want to thank you guys again for making that happen. We also have Planet Schlorpian saying in other news, I beat RE8. Bring on Requiem, baby. Yeah, dude. I still can't believe that game is apparently coming February next year. It feels very soon. It could get delayed. Hopefully it doesn't. But dying to know if Leon is actually in the game or not. I think he is. Titus with a super chat says, totally get it, dude. Well, I appreciate your understanding, Titus. I would still like to see in the future, because I don't know, this mic is very good. It certainly gets the job done. I still have this kind of feeling though that the other mic that I purchased, I wanted to use it. I was excited for it. I'm certain I bought like an open box defective one because it was like super cheap. In the future, I think I might give it one more try. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. I might give it one more try. Not go for the cheaper one. That seems like a good deal, but just pay the full price. Because there's other equipment that I had to buy with it that I wasn't fully aware of when I first made the goal. You have to get the audio interface. You got to get XLR cables, and these things can be kind of pricey. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize any of that. I thought you just plugged it in. So I'm learning, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And thank you for the super chat, Titus. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying my theory is that Leon will be to 9 what Chris was to 7 and 8. He'll be playable at parts. That's my guess, but Grace will be the main focus. I could see that being the situation. If the leaks are anything to go by, apparently Leon will be like playable most of the time. That's what the leaks claim. Where it almost sounds like they might go not necessarily an even split, but like 2/3 of the game are you playing as Leon and 1/3 is Grace. But it could be the other way around. It's just, those are just rumors. We don't know if they're true or not. And if you go just based off of what Capcom is telling us, yeah, it does seem like kind of what you're saying. They're gonna focus more so on the horror side, and Grace is gonna be like the main character. I'm gonna laugh when Leon's just actually not in it at all. That's gonna be funny. But I'm still super stoked for RE9. I like what they're doing. All right. MBG, what's the name of the condition? It's EDS for short. It's like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's a strange name for a disease. But MBG, why does it matter if you're getting Wolverine day one on Xbox or not? It doesn't matter. PlayStation is dominating the industry, right? Or is there something that might go wrong? I don't know. I mean, inherently, if something like that happens, if Wolverine goes day one on Xbox, if The Last of Us Part 2 goes to Xbox, or Spider-Man goes to Xbox, there's going to be a fundamental shift from a certain portion of the PlayStation fan base that they're going to feel like something that they were promised, or if not promised, something that they've come to expect for the last 4 to 5 generations is now being dismantled and removed. And when you consider the importance that a pretty decent portion of the PlayStation fan base has placed on exclusivity, it's going to be rough. If I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I frankly I don't believe it's going to happen. I don't think Sony's just going full multi-platform. I know people are like, well, you said Microsoft would, so why are you saying Sony won't? It's like, well, because, dude, if you look at Microsoft, they have way more reason to do it than Sony does. And I think people are kind of leaving that out of the conversation where it's like, dude, Sony didn't buy Activision Blizzard. Sony doesn't own Call of Duty. Sony doesn't own, they didn't buy like 25 studios that are already multi-platform. They didn't do that. They bought Bungie, who was already multi-platform, and they worked with one studio that wasn't a multi-platform developer, but had a massively successful live service game. I think that people, again, I know it's like, oh, it sounds like cope, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, if we're having an honest, serious conversation about it, I just think that people need to realize that as of right now, Sony does not have the same incentive that Microsoft does. Microsoft has unbelievable incentive where not only did they buy massive publishers that are already multi-platform, but they're struggling to sell games on their own storefront. People talk about how Microsoft is now using the PlayStation 5 ecosystem and player base to help subsidize the cost of Game Pass. And it's like, yeah, even more incentive to go full multi-platform. Like, yes, we would like to sell Gears of War E-Day on PlayStation in the hopes that it sells a couple million copies potentially, so that way it can help, even out the cost of the sales we might lose by dropping it day one into Game Pass for our own players. Sony doesn't have any of that. If Sony does it, it's probably just, honestly, it's just purely in the name of growth and more revenue, which, is that such a, like, considering how much of a reputational change, of a potentially reputational hit, you're the PR nightmare that will ensue. Is that really going to be worth it, dude? I understand. I mean, look at what happened with Microsoft. They had to do a whole podcast to calm everybody down, man. Like, I think people are underplaying or downplaying, like, how if Sony were to do something beyond Helldivers 2, beyond a live service, it's going to be a public relations nightmare that they have to deal with. And we have Pushing Polygons with a generous $20 super chat. Pushing Polygons, thank you so much for that, man. And you dropped memberships earlier, too. Shems is like, calm the F down, people. You hear me? Y'all better calm down. Shems is getting overwhelmed. Pushing Polygons says, Resident Evil 9, instead of Leon, what about Sherry Birkin? She was in Resident Evil 2, the little girl. In Resident Evil 6, she has powers, and there was a rumor about witches. So if Sherry has witchcraft-type powers, why not have her be number 2? Oh, man. That's actually a super interesting angle, Pushing Polygons, that I frankly would have never even considered. I didn't really play Resident Evil 6, though, and that's news to me. I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. I didn't play 6 because they lost me. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. I'm not interested in what the hell's going on here. I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know that they brought Sherry Birkin back and that she had powers. Why does that sound insane to me? That sounds totally insane to me, dude. But you're right. They did. The rumor claimed that there's going to be an area of the game that's very witchy. I don't know. I could be wrong, Pushing Polygons, but I feel like fans would like to see Sherry, but I don't know that fans would be completely okay, or at least not every fan of Resident Evil would be completely okay with having the two playable characters be Grace and Sherry. I think that, I mean, if I'm just speaking for myself, I would be let down by that because I don't know, man. Maybe I'm a bit of a Leon fanboy, but like, I just want to roundhouse some people, Like, I want to see 50-year-old Leon, still a badass, go John Wick mode in certain areas. I love Resident Evil 4 so much. I love Resident Evil 2 as well, but I would much prefer to play as 50-year-old Leon, shooting enemies in the face and then roundhousing them and then tossing a couple grenades, than I would playing as Sherry Birkin with witchcraft like powers. That's just me. That's just me. But I think that there are other players who would feel similarly. And I feel like going with Leon as like the tried and true and the more capable, like kind of action oriented type gameplay that comes from Resident Evil 4, doing that and then having the other half be a new character that's terrified and it's very horror themed. She's not capable. You are defenseless. That would be cool. I would prefer that more, but that's an interesting theory, pushing polygons. Certainly one that I didn't consider. And I mean, one of the things that's become clear with Resident Evil 9 is that, they're messing with us. They messed with us with the reveal of it. They keep name dropping Leon, saying no Leon, and I'm like, I feel like you guys are really just messing with us. Resident Woke Evil Wokium. Oh, thanks, JMR. Corey says, chill, Gramps. We'll see, pushing polygons. I mean, the marketing swing, or sorry, the marketing department for Resident Evil 9 is in full swing right now. So I think there's still a lot we don't know about this game that we're going to learn about not too long from now. So we're going to find out, man. We also have Nick with a $5 super chat, and he says it's about creating value for the platform and rewarding those that invest in your platform. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was kind of talking about a little bit yesterday, where the whole idea of exclusivity and how it kind of creates a special aura around the platform itself. That's real. Nick, that's 100% real, and I think that I just think Sony should handle it with care. And I think they are. They're not doing anything wild. At least it doesn't feel that way. But they need to handle it with care, and they would do well to understand that a big part of what has made PlayStation what it is are your exclusive games. And I understand that to some people, they feel like exclusivity died the day that Sony decided they're going to port some of their games to PC, but I don't know that most people still view it that way. I don't think exclusivity died. I think it's diminishing and transforming and changing, but I don't think it died because we still see exclusives. We still see exclusives. And not just from Sony, I just mean like in the industry. Actually, MBG, it doesn't matter if a Sony game is on Xbox. Microsoft will release a PC next gen. Sony is using the remaining player base from the Xbox Series consoles. Well, I'll add one thing to the conversation in regards to Helldivers going to Xbox, because it's getting to a point where like I don't want to talk about it too much, because it is what it is. It's just like, all right, it's happening, and we're going to find out very soon what comes after. One thing I feel very confident in saying about Sony's decision to put Helldivers 2 on Xbox is they're looking to gain what they would consider incredibly valuable data. This is reminiscent almost to when Sony dropped Horizon Forbidden West onto PlayStation Plus. I think it was less than a year after it came out. And one of the things we learned through the Insomniac hack is that was an experiment where people were shocked when Sony did that. They're like, oh, they're getting closer to doing day one on PS Plus. But it was revealed that Sony wanted to try to do it in very close proximity with Horizon Forbidden West because they wanted to know, what does it do to sales? And according to Sony's data, it killed the sales of Horizon Forbidden West. They fell off a cliff after they put it into PlayStation Plus. And so, PlayStation Plus Extra, that is. And from that moment forward, you could see that Sony decided, yeah, we're not doing that again. That hurt us. We're not doing that again. I think this is just another one of those situations where I don't think it's going to hurt them. Like, they're going to make sales, they're going to make money. How much remains to be seen. But Sony is very much aware of the PR. They are very much aware of, they're paying close attention to the conversations right now and the discourse and how people are beginning to perceive their brand and exclusivity and all that stuff. They're paying close attention. I wouldn't, if this game does flop, which I don't think it's going to, truthfully, but if it were to like mega flop on Xbox, it's like, yeah, this just didn't do anything. I think Sony will get they'll just look at that and be like, all right, well, after Marathon, that'll be it, because it's not even worth it. And it's like you're saying, like, if it's true that Steam is going to be on the next Xbox, then it's like, I don't know. This might just be Sony trying to, get one last squeeze, bro, from Helldivers 2, because the only other thing they're going to be able to do after this is maybe the Switch 2. That might not be a possibility if they can't get it running. And if not the Switch 2, after that, you're looking at a PlayStation 6 version, which is years away. So this could very well, it's not cope, I'm just analyzing it from different angles. This could very well be just Sony truly trying to get one last big squeeze out of Helldivers 2. Again, worth noting that Helldivers 2 was the fastest selling first party PlayStation game in their history. So, it's very important to them. We have Tyler McCrew with a $5 super chat, and he says, did you ever talk about the corrections regarding Xbox and Game Pass actually it being profitable? We did talk about it yesterday. That stream is no longer up, Tyler, but so here's what I'll say about this. I'm not going deep into it, Tyler, and the reason is because it is an extremely complicated situation that most people do not want to hear about the inner workings of, well, the studio's P&L charts are separate from Game Pass's P&L charts. And so we have to be very careful about what specific terminology we use and how we use it, because people are going to perceive it differently and come to their own conclusions. And then they're going to be maybe journalists that say one thing, but then they have to clarify it with another after they talk to sources. It's like, listen, if Microsoft comes out and publicly tells us that Game Pass is profitable, I will believe them. Because what that tells me is that they're the ones managing their money and their portfolios, and they have business accounting. That's their job. I have to imagine that one of the reasons why that was immediately corrected was because when... Hold on. Sorry. One of the reasons I think... Yeah, no, Tyler, I totally get where you're coming from, man. It's what makes it so difficult, Tyler, is that people look at, I think, was it Christopher Dring? They look at his first comment, and then it's like, oh, okay, so it's not actually profitable because they're not counting first party. But then he comes out and he clarifies. He doesn't say he's wrong. He clarifies, and he makes it clear that, well, like, basically, if you read his post, it's very long. He's saying that Microsoft separates these things, and I think what's happening is it's a muddying of the water, and it's done very much intentionally, because think about it. It's like, if I try to dumb it down, if I try to simplify something that's complicated, here's what that would look like. How much money did Microsoft invest in their studios? How much money does Microsoft invest in every project across all those studios? Now, how much money needs to be made across the board or for each individual studio in order for their games to A, break even, B, turn a profit, right? And then the next question, and this is the most important, and how they're directly connected to one another, because even when I'm trying to simplify it, it still comes off as somewhat complicated. What impact does dropping all of those games have on the bottom line for each one of those games and each one of those studios? Well, let's think about it. $20 for a subscription to Game Pass versus $70 or $80 for a full-blown purchase. You have millions of people deciding I'm either going to pay 70 or 80 bucks for this game or I'm not. And I'm going to pay 20 bucks maybe one time, maybe twice, which will add up to 40 bucks. And then maybe they'll unsubscribe. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that no matter which way you slice it, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors. And I'm not saying it's even done nefariously, right? I'm not trying to make it sound like Microsoft's lying. It's just that Microsoft, like, it is true that you can't take a studio and say, we're going to determine whether you live or die solely based on how Game Pass does. You can't do that. That would be ridiculous. Like Microsoft would end their business almost overnight with their gaming studios if they did that. They can't do that. So basically what it boils down to is, and this is why no matter how much I want to simplify it, you can't. Microsoft has to factor in probably at least like 4 to 5 different things to truly determine, like, if Game Pass is truly profitable. And I saw somebody leave a comment where they were like, even Microsoft probably doesn't truly know if it's profitable or not. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's kind of believable because there's so many moving parts, man. There's so many different things to factor in that even they probably don't truly know. Like, is this thing genuinely profitable? Or is it just like, well, if you don't factor in this thing, it's like, oh, okay, well, why wouldn't you factor that in? Well, because it might be unfair towards the studios. It's like, oh, but it still has such a profound impact. So it's complicated. Like I said, it's complicated. The last thing I'll say on this matter is simply this. All I know is that video games, specifically AAA video games, are more expensive than ever before to develop, and they're only getting more expensive. They're becoming more time-consuming than ever before. It's taking longer than ever to produce these AAA especially single-player games. Game sales have always been critical to the success of video game studios. You have developers coming out backing this up by simply saying that you cannot undermine, underplay, or downplay the importance of a full video game sale. You make a good video game, you sell it at full price or whatever price you deem necessary or that you believe it's worth. If it's received well enough, if it gets critical acclaim, if it's desirable, if it's a quality product, you will get sales. And if you get enough sales, you can even make a profit. And then you can reinvest back into your studio and then back into another project and repeat that, as Jim Ryan called it, virtuous cycle, right? Game Pass being thrown in to that equation, frankly, messes everything up to a point where it doesn't mean it can't work. It just means that, well, now you have to really think about where your losses are coming from and how much loss you're willing to tolerate. And it's tough, man, because if you were to ask me what I think of Game Pass at this point in time and what I think of Microsoft's strategy, I think there's just one thing I would point to that gives you the clearest answer. No nonsense, no bullshit. It's as clear cut as it possibly could be. And it simply comes in the form of Microsoft is porting and releasing their games, not just a few, all of their games. Like by the end of this generation, it will be all of their games to PlayStation 5 and possibly Switch 2 where they can. That, in my opinion, tells you everything you need to know about the Game Pass model, where it doesn't mean that the model can't exist. It just means that it can only exist as long as these studios are still making sales. That's what I think that's the clearest answer I think you could possibly give, because that's, there's no emotion involved there. There's no opinions. It's just, that's what it is. That's what it is. Microsoft studios need game sales. Hence why they're porting their games to places where they will get more sales. Microsoft needs more Game Pass subscribers. And they're seemingly not getting enough subscribers quick enough. So if Game Pass is truly profitable in Microsoft's eyes, good. That's not a bad thing, obviously, and they're going to want to make that known. But we also have to keep in mind that Microsoft, what they consider profitable, probably doesn't really align with the type of money that Game Pass is making. And I say this only because profitable in the, like what's truly profitable in the eyes of a company like Microsoft is, why are we not making tens of billions of dollars in profit? Like that's how they operate. So I think that's another reason you might want to be a little bit careful about. This is why I think a more appropriate term is sustainability. The only reason Netflix was able to eventually become profitable was because they forcibly sustained it. They sustained Netflix while running in the red, and it's extremely dangerous. Netflix was probably at least a couple times in the past close to being done, bro. But they forced it, and they did the right thing. They placed they made a good bet, and it worked out. Will that same thing happen for Microsoft? I'm not sure, because they're in the process of subsidizing Game Pass, utilizing PlayStation and Switch sales. So I don't know. I don't think they even know, but I think they're going to find out. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think Microsoft is terrified for the shareholders to get even a whiff of, guys, you sure this Game Pass thing's going to work? Because it's starting to look awfully spooky over there. I think Microsoft's terrified of that, because if there's one thing Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, has made abundantly clear, is the moment the shareholders get spooked, he will, whatever it is they want, he'll do it. He'll do it. That's how he operates, man. And that's, you could argue that's, he's a shareholder, man. Lux, you're saying here with a super chat, as long as Fortnite and Call of Duty players main PlayStation, Sony will be okay. It's probably truth to that. Yeah, absolutely. Shems, a member for 25 months. Thank you for that long time support, buddy. You're saying Marvel games may go multi-platform anyway due to licenses, not Sony's decision. I mean, that's the thing, dude, is yeah, Disney and Marvel, they're probably looking around at what's going on, and they're even seeing Sony willingly port some of their own games, like Helldivers, to Xbox. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Hiroki Totoki or Hideaki Nishino or even Herman Hulst, whoever's in charge of making these decisions, if they're, waking up to phone calls from a Disney executive being like, how come you let them put their game on? Like, how come you won't? Maybe we should talk about Spider-Man or Wolverine going to Xbox too. Because think about it. If you're Sony, how do you argue against that? Like, you're sending the signal. Like, we think it's worth getting more money. Like, Sony is saying we think it's worth porting Helldivers 2 to Xbox because we think it'll make good money. That's what they're saying. How do you say that with your own game and then turn to like a Disney or an Insomniac and say, no, but that won't work for your game? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's Sony is playing, they are on a slippery slope. And they have the potential to lose control very quickly, mainly because it's like I said, man. I'm sure Insomniac would love for Spider-Man to go to Xbox. I don't think Insomniac would have any problem with that whatsoever. But it's going to get harder and harder for Sony to, you know, continue to turn to these studios and be like, no. They can because they own them and they are in complete control. But you just have to imagine where it's like the picking and the choosing. I think it's creating a little bit of pressure. Or it's like Sony. I mean, Cory Barlog, God of War 2018. I remember, if I remember correctly, I think he made it clear that he would love for God of War to be everywhere, including Xbox. But he said that's up to Sony. Same thing that Arrowhead said. Like, at what point does Santa Monica or, even Cory Barlog kind of be like, why are you letting their game go, but not ours? And at what point does Sony's own developer start to build frustration because of that? This is why I'm saying, like, there's more layers to it that need to be considered, where it's like, I don't think I'm looking too deep into it. I mean, I'm looking deeper into it, but it's the same reason with Arrowhead. Like, how do we know that Sony didn't do this? Because they were terrified that they were going to diminish their relationship with Arrowhead. And they just were like, we can't lose these guys. And maybe that is the difference, is we own Santa Monica, so we can turn to Santa Monica and say, no, end of discussion. We don't own Arrowhead, so if we turn to them and say, no, end of discussion, they'll walk away from us. I mean, these are the considerations that I think need to be made to an extent. That's actually literally what happened with Bethesda and Xbox. There was a leaked email from Pete Hines. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's real, Tyler. You're absolutely correct. Correct. I'm glad you brought that up, and I totally forgot about that. Pete Hines was literally tearing into he sent an email to Xbox corporate, to Phil Spencer, being like, bro, like, why are these games allowed to go to PlayStation but ours aren't? And immediately right off the bat, Xbox was pissing off Bethesda. And I'm like, dude, see this? It's the snowball effect, man. It starts with one domino, and then others start to fall. So I don't know. Yeah. Correct. When they got ABK, he was pissed off. Pete Hines was pissed off that ABK was treated like, oh yeah, you guys are full multi-plat. You're going everywhere. But Bethesda was like, no, you guys are going to be exclusive. Or Microsoft turned to Bethesda as like, you guys, you're going to be exclusive. And they didn't like that. Pete Hines at least didn't like that. And then he ended up leaving. So I don't know, man. This is why I feel like I say there's a price for everything. And Sony has a very strategic approach where it's very much about picking and choosing, thinking about what they want to move versus what they don't want to. But the downside to that is exactly what we're discussing right now, where it's like, well, these are very what's building up beneath the surface? What's bubbling up beneath the surface? Because surely something is. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, man, but we have some interesting times ahead. That's for sure. I think if Sony can just kind of maintain what they're doing, frankly, if they can just promise, and I know some people laugh at it, but I think if they can do timed exclusivity, I think that will matter. I think that will be enough to keep the hardcore PlayStation purists like satiated. Like, you're still getting the special treatment, with the games that we know you really want. but you can't expect us to not do anything with them ever after that. I think that's fair. Truthfully, I think that's a fair compromise and might even be a necessary one going forward. But if Sony just goes, if Sony pulls a Microsoft and just goes all in, basically, I don't know. That's going to be rough for, I would say, what is not an inconsequential amount of PlayStation players. And we have Aryan Sharma with, it just seems to be a donation. I'm not sure if you typed anything. It doesn't say you typed anything. So thank you for that, buddy. I do appreciate it. We also have Lux with the super chat saying, same thing with the AMD chip Sony's helping with. AMD will be calling the shots to make it available for everyone. They're worth like 3 times Sony. Exactly. Yeah. Sony seems to be very, they very much want to be on the ground level with the innovations and whatever it is that AMD is doing on that front. And it's smart, and if the price that they have to pay for that is we can't use it as proprietary, like we can't make it ours, but we could still leverage it. We could still benefit from it. I think it's very strategic and it's not a bad thing, at least in that regards to AMD. When you're saying this is a fictional conversation, Xbox is on its last legs. There's not even enough time to port AAA to Xbox because soon there's going to be nothing to port to. There won't be a console, just a PC Steam device. I mean, honestly, man, I know some people will read that and think that that's kind of loaded, but I was kind of thinking that too. I'm like, bro, if The Last of Us Part 2 is already on, or like Spider-Man 1, 2, and Miles Morales are already on PC, it really does seem like Microsoft is going to be okay with their own Xbox players abandoning the Xbox store in favor of Steam, because that will happen 100%. If the next console that Microsoft puts out offers Steam, the vast majority of players who are on, Xbox right now that have gotten used to the Xbox storefront will start to leave, because Steam is just, from what I understand, is just objectively better. In more ways than one. So if they're purposely making something that's considered better by the masses available on their own hardware to compete with their own storefront that would be considered inferior, I mean, the outcome of that is it only ends one way. It only, and in that case, yeah, Steam does win. But that's the thing where it's like, if Microsoft is saying they're okay with that, then what does that actually mean? Like, what are they really saying? And Omen, I think it kind of lends itself to what you're saying, where, yeah, man, it's just like, I don't think Sony's going to be like, we should port The Last of Us, or we should port Spider-Man to Xbox. It's just like, sir, we literally can't, because it's already there on Steam. Like, it's like, oh, all right then. Like, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You would need Nixus to work on that, I guess. I mean, dude, I think it's more likely Spider-Man would go to Switch 2 than Xbox. Truthfully. Like, I think that would make more sense at the end of the day. I don't know. Something's got to give, though. Something's got to give where, like, Sony is not giving us the full picture. And that's the only thing that annoys me a little bit. I understand why they're not. They don't have to. I'm not an investor, and I'm not part of the running of their business. I'm on a need-to-know basis, right? But I just wish we could. You know how, like, every time big things happen with Microsoft, we seemingly get every insider coming out of the woodwork being like, here's what I heard's going on behind the scenes. Here's the decision making. It's almost like they're like walking out of the boardroom, I would love to get just something like that on the Sony side at any point, where it's like, here's what Sony's actually thinking of doing. And here's what their plan actually is. Here's why they're doing this. Here's, like, whether that be Arrowhead was at risk. They were at risk of losing Arrowhead. They needed to renew their contract, or Sony just wants to get one more squeeze from this game, or just something. Dude, I know, Lux. That's why I'm saying, like, I think Microsoft just lets that shit float. You know, they're just like, go ahead. We don't care. It's better people know this. You know, like, it's weird. I don't know. Maybe it's just because of there's so many moving parts they can't keep track of it. But I mean, it. All right, hold on. Going with what Omen said, Michael, I'm going to read your super chat, but let me just think this through for 1 second. What if Sony really is just like, screw it? Like, what if Sony is communicating with Microsoft and Microsoft confirmed to them that, yeah, our next console is going to have Steam. Like, it's going to basically be a PC hybrid. I mean, Sony works very closely with AMD. AMD would know what Microsoft's plans are. I am just starting to wonder if, like, Sony's like, if basically it's like, Sony, this is your last chance. Like, if you have anything, if you can throw anything over there on the other side, because the other side's not going to exist anymore in a couple years. And by other side, I'm talking about, like, from a console competitive perspective. Like, who knows what's going to happen to the Xbox storefront, you know, in the next 4 to 5 years. It's like, if you want to get anything from that fan base that's clearly not leaving, now's the time to do it. And they're just like, all right, well, we got like 3 more years or something. Let's just do what we can. I don't know. I don't know, because it is weird to me that, like, Helldivers was going to be on Xbox anyway through Steam. And Sony was just like, let's just do it now then, so we can get all the money. Let's try to let's try to just get in the way of that right now. Let's circumvent that flow of money. Or no, I think that's the wrong word. I guess that was the wrong word. Let's just change the flow of that money and make sure it's going 100% to us. I don't know. I don't know if that's the thought process behind it. This is why I would just like to get some, you know, an insider scoop or whatever, like we do with everything Microsoft, where it's like, if you want to know why Microsoft did this, this is exactly why they did this. It's like, oh, all right. If we could just get that for Sony, that'd be fantastic. Because then we would have a better idea of, like, all right, well, here's what to expect. And we have Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat saying, I'm 5 minutes behind. This is how Sony would respond to Disney asking to put their games on Xbox. Quote, we only put our live service games on Xbox, end quote. Oh, you think so? Sony's going to manhandle Disney? Yeah, it's going to be a direct response. Herman Holst, we only put our live service games on Xbox. Sorry, Disney. It's going to be a pre-recorded message. I mean, what's Disney going to say? I mean, to be fair, Disney could walk away, man. They could take their properties. But Sony has some kind of leverage, because Sony can be like, look at how many sales we did on PlayStation. Look at the critical reception. People, like, we know how to make good Marvel games, you know? Like, who's going to do a better job than us? And to be honest, that does put Marvel in a little bit of a bind, where it's like, yeah, I don't know. What are you gonna give Spider-Man to EA? You're gonna give it to Ubisoft? Sony won't say it like that, but I mean, that's kind of the truth of, like, I mean, yeah, who else are you gonna give it to? A big publisher, that is. I'm sure there are other studios who would be able to make very good Marvel games. Marvel Tokon, I mean, dude, yeah, I could see that going to Xbox. It wasn't announced for Xbox, though. This is what's so weird. Like, I don't understand what's happening. I mean, I do understand, but I can't predict what's going to happen, because on one hand, Sony's like, here's our huge live service Marvel fighting game that's going to be groundbreaking. Not a word about Xbox. Here's Helldivers 2. It's launched on Xbox next month. Please buy it. It's like, so like, is the message Marvel Tokon will be a timed exclusive? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. The only thing I do know, where I feel confident in saying, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about this conversation. This conversation's actually relevant because the final topic we had to discuss has to do with Stalker 2, and that was a timed Xbox console exclusive that's now coming to PlayStation. But yeah, I mean that's why I think, Omen, you're saying Xbox is a money pit, it's a waste of resources. You don't see Sony porting anything else. I think Helldivers is the test. I think Helldivers, listen, on paper, Helldivers should do pretty well on Xbox because you're talking about an install base of 30 to 35 million, an install base that gravitates towards shooters, specifically live service co-op shooters or PvP shooters, one or the other. That's what this fan base is known to support. On paper, and this is a $40 game, and I know it's like, well, they don't buy games, but it's a cheaper game. If this game fails, I think, yeah, you're right. I think Sony will look at that and be like, why would we? Then this was a total waste. Like we had to find out if our best game, if out of all the games we have, this one has the best chance, and even that couldn't do well, then there would be no point in anything else. It would be like think of it like this. It would be like when Sony ported Horizon Zero Dawn to PC. I think that was the first port. And Days Gone. Horizon Zero Dawn and Days Gone. It'd be like if those games flopped and had just like 2,000 or 3,000 concurrent players. I guarantee you Sony would not have kept porting their single player games. They probably would have been like, this is a total money pit, like you're saying. This is a waste of time. So there has to be a certain level of return, I think. And this is not exclusive to Microsoft. This is just general business where it's like there has to be a certain level of return that you get. That if you don't get that bare minimum, you will literally just lose money, And we have Lux with another super chat, and he says Sony is just trying to convince the last few Xbox players on the sinking ship to take the Sony life raft with Helldivers 2. Nothing more to it. Lux, I can never tell when you say stuff like this. I can never tell because I'm just reading text. I can never tell if it's like, no, I'm dead serious. Or if it's just like you're sitting there with this kind of sly, devious smile, like, take the Sony life raft. Yeah, I don't know. We'll monitor the situation with Helldivers. I still think exclusivity is important to a degree. I think that I just think it would be unwise. I'm only talking about Sony. I'm not talking about Nintendo. I'm not talking about Microsoft in this case. I think Sony, it would be unwise of them to begin to treat exclusivity as if it does not matter at all. To treat it as if it hasn't played a potentially vital role in the building up of their platform and defining their platform. I think they would do very well to not go all in immediately and to really think it through. And I think they are. Sony doesn't give me the vibe that they're just the type of company, at least at this point in time, to just be like, yeah, just throw it all in the fire, bro, and let's see what happens. Like just throw it out there. The only time Sony ever gave me that feeling was with live service, and I think that was intentional. I think that with live service, they were like, we just want to throw as many things at the wall and see what sticks, and I think they learned the hard way that was a really unwise strategy. I don't think they would risk taking that same strategy or a similar strategy with their tried and true bread and butter, bro, which is frankly not Helldivers. What they have with Helldivers is not tried and true. What they have with Helldivers isn't even their bread and butter. It's a major growth vector, but their tried and true bread and butter. We all know what that is. But that's a funny way of putting it, Lux. I don't know. I really don't know if that's how Sony sees it. It would be funny if they did, though. It absolutely matters still, but exclusivity also absolutely does not matter as much as it used to. I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, times are changing, dude. Like, this is where I feel like it's tough because you see people taking, I think, they're very much taking extreme stances where it's either I'm all the way over here or I'm all the way over here. And if you exist anywhere in the in between, you're not even then you're in a bad place. You're in the wrong place. And it's like I don't understand how the only people that can exist in the extreme today and actually it's like you are right is Nintendo fans. Because when they turn and they say Nintendo will not do, they won't even think. It's not even a thought in their mind. They're not even thinking about anything that's going on here. For Nintendo, times are not changing. That's what I'm trying to say. Nintendo told me that the times are not changing, and then they put that into action, and now I'm experiencing that actually being true. And so, yes, if you are a Nintendo fan or like that's your main go-to and that's where you and you exist in that extreme, you're okay to do so because Nintendo told you so. And I mean, they didn't just tell you, they're actually putting it into action. You can't do that outside of Nintendo anymore. Everything else, Sony, Microsoft, even Valve, a lot of other video game publishers, it's all all of it is changing to a certain degree. It's changing at different rates. Some things are accelerating at a more rapid rate. Some things are taking a longer time. It's a slower process. But I just think when we look at Sony in particular, and I try to analyze PlayStation's current position, I still maintain what I told PlayStation fans months ago. And I'm glad I said it because I was right. It's not about bragging about being right, but it's just like I had a feeling something was going to happen at some point. I said, if you are like a PlayStation fan right now in the year 2025 or, 2024, expect anything. I mean, literally expect anything because they will tell us certain things and we will latch on to what they say and we will want to believe it because it makes sense and it does make sense. And it's not even that they're lying, but it's just keep in mind that what they're saying could change 3 months from now because they're giving us updates on a quarterly basis because that's when they're updating their shareholders on a quarterly basis. If it were up to Sony, they probably would give us an update once a year. But that's not how it works. They legally are obligated to give updates on a quarterly basis. And notice how every time they give these updates, there are small things here and there that they seem to change where their terminology is altered ever so slightly. There are some things that stay the same. But if you were to compare what Sony was saying to us as well as their shareholders back in 2019 and 2020 to what they're saying now, the realization is, wow, they've dramatically changed their stance on a lot of things. And it feels dramatic because we're comparing these two things that took 5 years to occur back to back as if it just happened overnight. Some things, like I said, are happening a little bit faster than others, but I don't want to be the person to tell you, lock it in, Spider-Man's going to Xbox. I don't want to be the person to tell you that Sony's done with exclusivity. I don't want to be the person that sits here and says, exclusivity's dead, even though Ghost of Yotei is literally going to be an exclusive that comes out this October, and that Death Stranding is currently an exclusive. I don't want to do these things because I think it's jumping the shark. It's arrogant. It ignores the reality that is playing out in front of us literally right now as we speak. All I feel confident in saying is that no one can necessarily predict what Sony will or will not do outside of what they've already announced. You can safely predict that Ghost of Yotei is going to be exclusive. You can safely predict that Helldivers, well, it's not even a prediction. You can safely say that Helldivers will be on Xbox because it was announced for Xbox. You could even safely predict, if you want, that, yeah, Death Stranding 2 will go to PC because, well, I mean, that does lie with outside of a Sony announcement officially, but, that's one of those things where it's like that is a safe bet. There are safe bets you can make. I guess what I'm trying to say here, because I'm starting to get really long-winded and I'm beginning to ramble, what I'm trying to say is there are a lot of big bets being placed right now. And there is not much to indicate that these bets are going to be the right ones or that they're going to pay off. There are some bets being made that are all but guaranteed. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know that I feel comfortable betting on anything. There are some things that are guaranteed. Like I'll bet you right now that Ghost of Yotei is still going to be a PS5 exclusive. I'm going to win that bet. Obviously, you're going to win that bet. If I wanted to say, I bet you Saros will still be a PS5 exclusive, really good chance I'm going to win that bet. If you ask me if by the year 2028, when the PS6 comes out, if Spider-Man's going to be on Xbox, playable on Xbox, like Spider-Man 1 or 2 or whatever, I don't like, to me, I'm not as confident in placing that bet. Like, I don't know that I can 100% say, yeah, put money on it, not happening. That's a bit like, I don't know. I just don't feel that level of confidence. And that's because I feel like I did this back in like 2019 and 2020 when Sony first started porting their games to PC. I feel like I kind of made a bet where I'm like, they're not going to keep doing this. Like, I think they're going to realize that this is just not smart for their console. I think it's going to hurt their console sales. I think it's going to be a mistake. And I made a bad bet where it's like, you lost that one, dude. So it's like, okay, well, shit. I did make a bet a while ago that Sony's not going to go day and date on PC with their single player games this generation. So far, that bet is still going strong. So far, I'm still correct about that. But I don't know. I don't know. I know I encounter people on my channel that feel much more confident in making these bets, and I don't want to tell them not to, because it's up to you. I'm being metaphorical, by the way. I'm not saying. I mean, maybe some people are literally putting money on the line, but it's up to you to decide how you want to place your bets. But I just think that we need to look at how much has. I just think we need to identify that if you look at the announcements that were made by Sony in the last 5 years or so, identify how many of those announcements you 100% would have never predicted. But it happened. And you realize that that's not just one thing. That's probably not even two things. That might be like a handful of things. Not everything, but a handful. And from that point forward, I think it diminishes, I think, your confidence naturally in being able to go forward saying, well, all right, well, just because these three things happen definitely doesn't mean this thing's going to happen next. And it's like, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like sometimes I'm a black cloud. Like, whatever I say, like, for example, I said I did place my bet, kind of. I halfway placed it. I was like in the unsure zone, but I did go on record saying numerous times, like, I don't think Sony's going to put Helldivers on Xbox. I just don't see it happening. They seem to have no interest. That was technically me placing my bet, right? And it's like, MBG, don't you know by now, anything that you say is going to happen or that you think is going to happen, the opposite's going to happen, son. It's like, oh, damn. You think I would have learned by now? Hold on, guys. I'm going to read these super chats in just a moment. I have to refresh because it's lagging out on me. Hold on. Oh, by the way, a little bonus announcement, I guess. Not really an announcement, but it's been confirmed Sony will be attending TGS 2025. Not saying people were expecting Sony not to, but TGS is a pretty big show. I don't know if Sony's going to have a keynote. I think they're not going to, but just worth noting that they're going to be there this year. So we have B. Ahmed, member for 18 months. And he says, do you think Xbox putting Steam on their next console, if successful, could push Valve to make their own console hardware, which could access PC Game Pass and directly compete with this Xbox console? It's a good question. I think the answer is yes. We've had numerous rumors. That this was going to happen, that Valve is in the process of making some type of console hardware, and the fact that Microsoft is going to apparently have a Xbox branded console that will offer Steam, yeah, I think that we're going to see that, and I think we're going to see the console market basically cut in half. I think you're going to have your traditional consoles. No. I think you're going to see Sony left alone, maybe. And Nintendo's going to be left alone. Like, you're going to have Nintendo in their own space with the hybrid. You're going to have Sony in their own space with the only traditional-ish, the most traditional home console. And then all the other consoles that are available on the market will be essentially PCs that, try to replicate the ease of use of a home console. And I think that's going to be the kind of, if anything, that's kind of cut in thirds, right? Where Nintendo's 1/3, PlayStation's 1/3, and then maybe Microsoft and Valve with whatever boxes they're offering are another third. Although some people might not see it that way, and they might still see it as being cut in half because they're going to look at that Xbox console and that Steam console, and they're going to say those are just PCs. In which case, you just cut it in half. It's all a matter of how much the perception changes. Really quick, I want to see. So he's saying, is MBG flip-flopping on PlayStation? LOL. No. I've made it clear, dude, that I'm pretty entrenched in PlayStation. I'm not saying that they could never get me to leave, but there's nowhere else I want to go. And the only thing that would truly make me get to a point with Sony where it's like I'm actually done, like I'm out, they stop making the games I love, and they stop offering console hardware that appeals to me. They stop doing those two things, especially the game thing. That's the big thing. They stop doing that. I mean, there's a chance, I hate to say it, there's a chance I might still stick around because I don't know where else I would go. Because I like the console experience, and I think PlayStation does it well. But I would be pissed. Let me tell you. I would be raging against Sony constantly. No, that's why I'm saying I would still probably stay, because I play more than Sony games on my PlayStation. I play a lot more than Sony games. But I would make it clear to Sony, like, God damn it, where's my Bloodborne? Where's my Bloodborne? Where's my Last of Us Part 2 remaster, remixed, remade for PS6? Where is it, Sony? Ray, you're saying, MBG, you got to watch Mr. Matty Plays Xbox rant. It's so good. Maybe we could check that out in the members lounge. By the way, we will be doing a members lounge after the stream. We're going to be wrapping it up. Not necessarily right now. We still have a little bit of time. But if you are a channel member, make sure you stick around. Come hang out in the members lounge. And I also want to encourage everybody, we're sitting at 26 members. We hit our first goal. If you guys want to drop any more member gifts, you'll give more people access to that members lounge. Feel free to do so. We have Omen86 with a super chat. And he says, as of July 2025, Nintendo has a market cap of $103.63 billion US dollars. Nintendo's profit in fiscal year 2024 was reported to be $4.67 billion US dollars. And then you say here with a follow-up super chat, Nintendo in a decent year makes more net profit than PlayStation and Xbox combined. Don't overestimate Xbox. They're a tiny slither of the gaming market. Interesting. Well, hold on. How much profit does the PlayStation division net? Well, how much profit did the PlayStation division net? Let me see. Would be fiscal year 25, right? Let me see. AI is helping me out here. Based on the information available from Sony's fiscal year 24 financial report, which concluded March 31st of this year, PlayStation's Games and Network Services profit was $2.8 billion. Oh, wow. Okay. So $2.8 billion. Let's see, and I think you're right, Omen. Well, hold on, Omen. I do have to question. I don't know if you're correct about the profit, because it says here that net profit for Nintendo, also their fiscal year ended March 31st. It says 1.9 billion. Well, I mean, at least that's what Google's, was it Gemini? I guess the AI. That's what the AI is telling me. So, oh wait, I'm sorry. That was fiscal year 24. You're correct. Hold on, my bad. My bad. Yeah, hold on. Okay, I think you're correct about that. Yeah, that's my bad, Omen. I was looking up fiscal year 25. Um, and yeah, it does show. Sometimes it shows it in yen, so it's got to be. But that is interesting. That is interesting to think, man. I guess this is why Sony has been so hyper fixated on their profit margins, where they're like, we're generating like $33 billion in revenue, and Nintendo is generating like $8 to $9 billion in revenue, and yet their profit margin is higher than ours. I could see why Sony would feel a great need where it's like, dude, that should in no way shape, like that should not be a thing. We need to increase those margins. So I think, if anything, maybe it just once again goes to show you can't underestimate Nintendo, man. Jeez. Well, yeah, I don't know. I didn't look up what Xbox's profits were. Sony needs to do some layoffs. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. And we have Michael Lynch with a $10 super chat. Michael, thank you for that, buddy. He says, I just don't know why you keep saying don't bet on Sony's first-party single-player games staying on PlayStation and not being on Xbox. Sony have come forward multiple times stating that they are not going to do that. It's not that I'm saying don't bet on it. It's just, like, I'm saying you can. Like, Michael, if you tell me that that's not happening, you've placed your bets because, like, Sony made it clear it's not happening. I believe that because it makes no sense. I lean towards that. And I know people don't like the fence sitting, but it's just that, like, I just try to understand that at the end of the day, Sony, they're run by people, obviously, that are very business oriented. And, you know, when you see certain people leaving the company, like Shuhei Yoshida retired, Jim Ryan retired, Sean Layden's no longer there, and you see more and more people kind of leaving, not leaving in a bad way, but just their time is, you know, they've been there for too long. They're like, it's time to go, man. You see that happen. There's always this risk of, you know, when the fresh leadership takes over, are they missing something essential? Like, did they not get the memo, basically? I do worry with Hiroki Totoki, that he has not been involved in gaming at all with Sony. In fact, when he had to be the interim CEO when Jim Ryan retired, he had to learn. To be fair, I think Kenichiro Yoshida was not too familiar with gaming either. And, you know, there's always this concern that, like, they're going, I don't want to say risk of incompetence, maybe, but just risk of not understanding, like, how you're, like, what made your platform successful. You know what I'm saying? Like, does Hiroki Totoki understand how many PS4s were sold thanks to God of War 2018? Does he actually know? Or does he just look at that game and see, like, well, these are the sales, and we never, you know, we put it on PS4, we put it on PS. Well, actually, that game's still, that's like the one game that didn't get a remaster, but it's on PS4 and PS5. It's on PC. Why isn't it on Switch 2? Like, does he take a moment to think, like, does somebody inform him, like, sir, we didn't release it on Switch 2 because it sold a lot of PlayStations, and we fear that if we release it on Switch 2 or Xbox, it's going to not sell as many PlayStations. The real question is this. How does Hiroki Totoki feel about the PlayStation video game console? That's the only question that matters. Because depending on how he feels, because for all we know, dude, and I'm not trying to doom and gloom, Michael. And I am very optimistic about PlayStation. Like, truly. Like, I'm really enjoying PlayStation right now, and I'm looking forward to what's coming. It's just, I try to keep in mind that, like, dude, I don't know at all what all I know is that Hiroki Totoki, one of the first things he did as the CEO of Sony, he came out and said, we're not really focused on sales anymore of the console. We're focused on MAUs. That's one of the first things he did. One of the second things he did was announce Helldivers for Xbox. What I'm saying is, it's true that Hideaki Nishino and Herman Hulst, they've reiterated numerous times that they see the importance of their single-player games, of preserving these experiences, of being strategic in how to leverage them with exclusivity. My question is, how at odds is that with Hiroki Totoki's vision, being the CEO of Sony, of like, here's where we're going to go, though. And kind of what you're doing is getting in the way of that. Like, I don't want to read too much into things. And again, I'm not trying to doom and gloom. I'm just trying to I'm trying to keep in mind that a man who has had zero involvement in the gaming side of Sony's business is now in charge of everything. And you remember how I told you guys that it wasn't actually Jim Ryan's fault necessarily that Sony went all in with live service games? And the reason for that is because we found out through Shuhei Yoshida that Kenichiro Yoshida, at that time, the CEO of all of Sony, there was a mandate from him and from the board of Sony where it was, we will give you money. Like, they didn't tell them how to do it, but they're like, we're just going to dump a truckload of money onto the gaming division. And what you're going to do, Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst, is you're going to get live service games spooled up. You're going to go find live service games. You're going to make live service games. We need successful live service games. This is what they did, and you could say that Jim Ryan maybe messed it up or Herman Hulst messed it up. They didn't do a very good job, or they could have done a much better job. But the mandate came from, and it's funny because, like, when you listen to what Shuhei Yoshida had to say in his interviews, he said that he wouldn't have done the live service games. He said that he didn't want to do live service games. He said that, he got demoted, but he probably got demoted because he wouldn't do the live service games. And I'm like, it's probably because Shuhei Yoshida realized that, like, that's not what the PlayStation fan base is necessarily asking for. It doesn't mean that Sony shouldn't see the viability and the profitability and the potential long-term sustainability of live service games, but it just means that, it means that the from the top mandate that got trickled down to the leadership of PlayStation, it wasn't Jim Ryan's decision. Maybe Jim Ryan, if it was his decision, that's what he would have done. But Sony had no choice. And I just can't help but wonder, now that, again, Hiroki Totoki's the one steering the ship, what's the next mandate? Like, what's the next boardroom decision made by the top Sony executives that this is what we need to do for the gaming sector? This is how we're going to grow the gaming. This is how we're going to grow the PlayStation brand, and this is what's going to secure its future. Is it going to be continued live service? Is it going to be more ports? Is it going to be multi-platform? Is it going to be more exclusivity? What's it going to be? Well, I'll tell you what, Hiroki Totoki said one thing. He said MAUs. MAUs are now one of the most, if not the most important thing for PlayStation. I'm leaving room, Michael. Like, what I'm doing is I'm leaving room for potential extreme disappointment I know that sounds funny, but it's true. Where it's like, if a year or two from now we find out, like, oh, that's okay. So that's his grand plan. Like, that's what Hiroki Totoki wants to do for PlayStation. And it might be the complete opposite of what I would have hoped for or what I would have wanted. I'm just leaving that room, the preparation, of like, and there it is. It's a damn shame. Like, I didn't want it to go this way, but I don't know. Who knows? Like, who knows? Maybe Hiroki Totoki, he's like an OG, bro, and he's like, after Helldivers 2, they ain't getting shit. We're going crazy with the exclusivity on PS6. It's like, I don't get that vibe at all. And I guess what I'll say is this last thing, Michael. I wouldn't be surprised if both Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino, and this is just pure speculation. I'm not a fly on the wall at Sony. I don't have any inside sources. I don't know anybody that works at Sony. But I wouldn't be surprised if right now both Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino kind of have to fight a little bit to not, like, they have to push back against this just a little bit. Like, they're the ones that have to let Hiroki Totoki know, like, no. Like, trust us. Like, you want to put Helldivers on Xbox, that's cool. We get it. You don't want to go put in Spider-Man and you don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, because Hiroki Totoki, he might just be looking at the list and be like, why aren't all these games on Xbox and Switch? And it might be Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino, like, people who understand, like, they've been with the brand for decades and they understand, like, you can't, like, trust us. You can't just do that. I don't know. You think it's Nishino who's making decisions for PlayStation, not Totoki? Sony's usually hands off. Yeah, it seems like the overarching mandates will come from Totoki. Like, here's what you need to do. How you do it is up to you, but here's what you need to do. It seems like that's a guarantee, and I wonder if it's the MAUs. Like, think of it like this. Maybe Hiroki Totoki's first mandate is we need to increase MAUs immediately. That's the first thing we need to do. If you're Hideaki Nishino, you're looking over the entirety of PlayStation's division. What's the first most, like, easiest thing you could do to increase your MAUs by even a couple million, potentially? I mean, does releasing Helldivers on Xbox, is that one of the first things that pops into your mind? Because that's one of the first things that would pop into my mind. Or Switch 2, whatever makes more sense, or whatever's easier or quicker. And I do wonder if that's all we're witnessing is a new CEO takes over, the new CEO prioritizes MAUs, and the first mandate is increase MAUs. If you're Hideaki Nishino, you got a massively successful live service right in front of you. All you need to do is just take a couple months, port it over, and maybe you'll get a couple more million MAUs. Make your boss happy. Keep everything flowing, I don't know. It's all very speculative, but interesting nonetheless. And Omen86, I got 2 more chats from you, buddy. Thank you, man. You're saying Nintendo makes more profit with 50% the revenue. Damn. I feel like somebody at Sony and Microsoft are punching air because of that. They're taking over. Nintendo's taking over Omen, bro. I knew it was going to happen. Nintendo's like the symbiote. And you're saying here PlayStation lost the Japanese market. Nintendo ports make sense. Yeah. Nintendo dominates Japan. And I don't want to say Sony's given up in Japan completely, but it seems that there's nothing they can do to change the outcome there. I mean, the Switch 2 even has a specific Japanese version. It's a cheaper version for their own home territory, which is kind of genius. Makes you wonder why Sony didn't do something like that. And like that pretty much all but guarantees that, yeah, you're cooked, Sony. Look, here's the one thing I will say. Sony will have a dedicated PlayStation handheld. Not dedicated, but a native PlayStation handheld coming next generation. Sony might still see viability in that for the Japanese market. Japanese market loves handhelds, Like maybe there's a chance Sony's like, maybe this is how we can kind of reinvigorate our presence and our footprint in Japan, in our home territory. Maybe. I don't know if it's going to be expensive, like $600 or $700. Probably not, but you never know. And we have a direct donation from Perfect Image. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, buddy. And he says, MBG, just know this. I'm rooting for exclusivity towards the console. After Sony bought Nixxes Studios, I know they're going to pick and choose what titles will go to Steam. I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, listen, man, I don't think there's anything wrong or worth condemning if you identify positives or pros with exclusivity. I think we are living in a time where the popular thing to do on the internet is to basically pretend like exclusivity has always been the devil and always will be, when in reality it's like literally 3/4 of you never thought this until Microsoft decided that they're going to go multi-platform. And I understand that's like, well, people can change their minds. Absolutely. I'm not saying there aren't pros to being multi-platform either. There are. But I've tried to take a more nuanced approach to the conversation regarding exclusivity, where there are pros and there are cons. It's not, again, like people want to take these extreme stances where it's like burn it all down, get rid of exclusivity, and everything will be better for it. And it's like you are being extremely short-sighted, and I can't tell if you're doing it on purpose or not. Chances are the people who are, and it just so happens that the people who are being that short-sighted are usually Xbox aligned. And yes, they're being short-sighted because it benefits them to do so. But you know, it's just exclusivity. If there's one thing you can't deny, is that if exclusivity dies entirely, like, I mean, if it just goes away overnight, there are no more exclusives, gaming hardware becomes homogenous. It becomes an amorphous blob. It's all the same at that point. I'm not saying that there isn't a benefit to that. The benefit to that is, well, now you can just go wherever you want and not have to think twice. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Not too bad. Just pick what you want. It's all the same. The downside to that is so much of what's out there, so much of what has been and what is now, and hopefully at that point, what could have been, it loses its personality. It loses again, I spoke about this yesterday. It loses its flair. It loses its uniqueness. It's not going, nothing's going to stand out anymore. Nothing's going to have that flair anymore. And it's like, well, no, we'll be able to compare like specs. It's like, listen, dude, by that point, it's all just going to be the same. Like, oh, this piece of hardware has more RAM than this It's like, if Microsoft truly is planning on putting out like multiple Xbox consoles, like I'm talking like 3, 4, 5 different consoles, like, dude, the differences are not really gonna matter. Like, think about it. They're really not gonna matter that much. Like, people are just gonna be like, yeah, whatever one gives me 60 FPS, just give me that one. It's like, again, I'm not saying that's the worst thing in the world. I'm not saying I could even see how somebody's like, that's not even bad. But I don't know. I guess I just come from an era where it's like, dude, really? Like, there isn't more to it than that? Like, yeah, I've been conditioned to where when I buy a piece of hardware, I've been conditioned to expect, and you're going to be kind of rewarded for choosing this hardware over their hardware. And we're going to end up in a place where it's like, no, you're not going to be rewarded. You're not going to be punished. There's just nothing. You're just going to get the hardware. So it's not that it's good. It's not that it's bad. It's just, it's fine. It's like, okay, that's what it is. And I don't know. Like, I guess I could live with that. That'd be fine. I'm not going to quit gaming because of that, but I won't lie. Like, man, that sounds boring. Like, I don't know. that could just be my conditioning throughout the decades of like, I mean, by that point, I'll just kind of, if I see two boxes, one, they're both PCs, one's an Xbox. Like, they're both boxes. One has an Xbox logo, one has a PlayStation logo. Just pick whichever one you fucking want. They look slightly different, And it's like, you get all their games either way. It doesn't matter which one you choose. It's like, all I'm going to do is sit there and think, man, remember the 360 and PS3 days. Remember the PS4 and Xbox One days. Even the Series X and PS5 days. Remember when they were actually trying to like fight for your you know your attention. They were really trying to get you on their side. It's just I think people downplay how much that actually mattered, and you know why I say that? Because again, so many of the people that I encounter, there are very few people. Listen, there are very few people engaged in these conversations that can honestly, and I'm emphasizing the word honestly, say that for this entire time they never liked exclusives and they were always anti-exclusive. There are so many people lying, or just, if not lying, because lying is a strong word to use, just being totally disingenuous, making it seem like they never cared about it and it just never mattered to them. And suddenly they see the light and it's like, come on, bro. Like, listen, it's okay. Like, I just think it's okay. I do. I don't think it's worth condemning, because it's like, if people are confident that the future is going to be multi-platform, then what's even the point of condemning it? Where it's like, it's okay to admit that you liked exclusivity for consoles. It's okay. Like, it's okay to admit that that got you excited, that made you more interested in the product, and there was an extra flair and sizzle to it. It made you feel more rewarded for buying that hardware. It made you feel good. Just like right now, Switch 2 owners feel pretty damn good. Like, hey, this hardware isn't perfect. And, Nintendo's got a couple of problems from the greed perspective, and maybe just, there's some issues with the rollout of the Switch 2. God damn, I'm excited to play that Donkey Kong. And you feel good. They can't deny, like, Nintendo players are not going to pretend that they don't feel good that they get to play the Nintendo developed exclusive Donkey Kong on their Switch 2 hardware. They're not going to pretend that they're not excited about that doesn't make them feel good. And look, I understand it's easy for somebody to come in and be like, grow up. Like, what is this nonsense? Like, dude, come on, man. We're talking about video games. Don't be telling people grow up. We're talking about video games. We play video games as kids. We play video games as teenagers. We're playing video games as adults. All right. Like, just let people love exclusivity, man. Let them love exclusivity. There's the hashtag. It's not a big deal. No exclusives means less growth and competitive vectors in the industry. Exclusives benefit the consumer. You get more fine-tuned games by definition and more competition. Well, yeah, and the thing is, I've seen that. I've literally seen that tarnished. I've witnessed that firsthand. It's not worth even stating that anymore, though, because all you get are people fighting you saying that's not true, and it's like, okay, well, if you say so. Like, we've literally been watching this for decades be true. Not in every instance, but in some instances, certainly there have been cases. And you could point that out to people, but they'll still just reject it. And that's what that's why I'll just say, like, if you like exclusivity and you believe it plays a vital role in the industry, then just say so, just voice it. I have no problem admitting that exclusivity is what brought me to PlayStation. It's what brought me to Xbox, dude. It's what brought me to anything. Like, dude, the first console I remember the first real gaming experience I remember ever having was Super Smash Bros. 64. And it wasn't mine. It was my cousin, who I never asked him. I never asked him why he got an N64. He was a little bit older than me at the time. I think I was like 4 years old or something, or 5. And he brought his N64 over, and the first game I ever played was Smash Bros. 64. I didn't know it was exclusive. I didn't care. All I knew is I told my parents, like, I need an N64 now. And then I got one. And I got Mario Kart. I got Super Smash Bros. And I just feel like, it's crazy to me that people just want to separate these things and make it seem like they're just like they literally are not. It's like the DNA doesn't exist, right? Like it's not like exclusivity is not baked into the DNA. Like yes, it is. It's even baked into the DNA. So it's baked so deeply into the DNA that even the studios probably like Nintendo studios would probably malfunction if they had to make a game for PC. Literally, they probably would malfunction. They wouldn't even know what to do. It would become so detrimental. They're like, don't even bother. Like you guys literally don't know how to do this. So why even bother? We saw Naughty Dog malfunction. Naughty Dog's. I just found out Naughty Dog's going to be celebrating their 40th anniversary. I'm like 40, 40, not 30, 40. You've been around longer than PlayStation, and they malfunction trying to bring The Last of Us to PC. And it's just like, there's your proof that if you want to know how special, like how finely tuned these games become, to just code these games for one piece of hardware, here's your proof. One of the most prolific studios in the industry straight up malfunctions when they have to try to port it to PC. Like the evidence is there, man. It's been there this entire time. And I understand from a consumer level, it's like, well, this is about the consumer aspect. And it's like, listen, man, if you're gaming on PC and you don't want to leave PC to buy a stupid console, I get it. But anybody who's existed in the console space, I think that this is what we've grown to expect, man. We've embraced it. We've embraced, like, Nintendo, show me what you got. Oh, hell yeah, I'll buy your console. Sony, show me what you got. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm buying that. Xbox, show me what you got. Oh, God. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, in the heyday, like, Xbox, show me what you got. And it's like, I'll be there day one. 360, I'm there. Like, what's wrong with that? Well, I don't understand, like, what's so wrong with that? Well, I don't want to have to have multiple consoles. I don't want to have to go anywhere else. And it's like, well, I don't know, man. If it helps create better competition, is that really so bad? If it makes it so that the development team needs to truly make their game, I mean, look incredible and stand out, because it's supposed to sell a freaking piece of hardware. Is that really so bad? It's like, well, that logic applies to all games. It's like bullshit. Why do you think with so many third-party developers, they drop games that are fucking a mess on PC? Like I'm just saying there's all these different factors that when we talk about exclusivity, people just pretend like there's no downside whatsoever, potentially, to everything being multi-platform, where it's like we have literally seen the downsides. We've seen the upsides and we've seen the downsides. And this is why I think at the end of the day, it doesn't make any sense to be extreme about it, where it's like, it wouldn't make sense for everything to be exclusive across the board. That would not make any sense. I don't think it would make any sense for everything to be multi-platform across the board. I think that the way it's been, the way it still kind of currently is, it's proven that it has a place and it's okay, where some things can be exclusive and other things can be multi-platform. What's wrong with that? If Microsoft shows me State of Decay 3 at, I don't know, I guess it would have to be their next showcase or whatever, and it looks amazing to me, and they're like, this game isn't coming to PlayStation, I would buy an Xbox to play that game, and I would not feel bad about it. I wouldn't sit there being like, how dare you, Microsoft? Why didn't you release this on my console? I would ask why they didn't, just because they seem like they want to. But if they're like, because we want you to buy an Xbox, to say, okay. Lux gets very upset anytime I mention anytime I mention State of Decay possibly looking good. um Omen86, you're saying Xbox console market shrinking. Nope, just Xbox. Well, that's the thing, man, is one of the biggest problems I think in this space conversing around the console ecosystems is people do think, like, I posted this out there. The NPD report came out, and the only console that experienced any growth, granted it wasn't massive growth, but it was still growth nonetheless, plus 3% growth, was the PS5 for the month of May. The Switch was down 44%, but we know why that is. It's because people were prepping for the launch literally just the first week of June for the Switch 2. So obviously, there's nothing Nintendo can do about that. That was always going to be down. And Xbox sales were down 30% as well. But when you look at how well the Switch 2 is going to sell, and then you see the fact that even now in May of 2025, the PS5 is still, even if it's only by 3%, it's still like growing. Like it's actually it's kind of surprising. And it just goes to show that, like, yeah, dude, the console market, it will shrink inherently. If Xbox continues down the path they're going, they're going to sell less and less hardware. The entire pie that is the console market will shrink inherently. But to imply that, that's going to have major negative ramifications for the entirety, for like Sony and Nintendo, everybody else that's still making consoles, I don't necessarily think that's true. It remains to be seen, but it seems unlikely. Lux, you're saying, wonder if the Xbox hybrid will be modular to cut costs. I'll tell you right now, if they make it modular, that I think will kill the notion of it being console at all. I don't think you can do that, man. I think if you put out a piece of hardware that is modular, and it's running Windows, it's like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like this is a PC. You get what I'm saying? It's just a PC. I think the modularity factor would be praised, but I think everybody would understand that you cannot call that a console. That is a PC. And Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, found out I'm going to be an uncle, MBG. Well, congratulations, Planet Schlorpian. It's a big moment. I'm happy for you, man. Uncle Planet Schlorpian. Tarnished, you're saying MBG exclusives have no downsides. If a consumer wants to play exclusive games, they will buy that console because that console proved its worth to those consumers. It creates a healthier environment. It's interesting, Tarnished. You have a perspective on exclusivity that I see that other people have as well. And again, it's one that I'm more aligned with, where, like, dude, the reality for me is that during the time with Xbox One, when games like, and I know it wasn't a Microsoft developed game, but I remember like Left 4 Dead, like that game, even it's funny because it was Valve. When I found out that game wasn't going to be on PS3, I made my decision. And honestly, I don't even think Microsoft tried to. I think that's like a Black Myth Wukong situation where I don't even think Microsoft tried to secure that as exclusive. I think Valve was just like, we're not porting it to PS3. We're not dealing with that shit. And ironically enough, like that was the game that for me was like, oh yeah, dude, I'm Team Xbox now. Like I'm absolutely Team Xbox. And then there were games that followed, and I ultimately did end up getting a PS3 eventually. But it's funny to think that that's what brought me to Xbox. Games like Titanfall got me hyped for the launch of the Xbox One, irregardless of all the backlash. And I'm like, damn, like Titanfall looks sick. It's an incredible exclusive that I think is going to make me feel like, yeah, investing in the Xbox One was worthwhile. But halfway through the Xbox One generation, when it became clear that Microsoft was spent, dude, and every exclusive that they were dropping was like more mediocre than the last, And I'm just like, what the fuck is happening, dude? Like the quality has tanked. And again, man, people are like telling me like, dude, check out God of War, check out Spider-Man, check out Bloodborne, check out Ghost of Tsushima that's coming up. Like, and I would look at this shit and I'm like, I think there was a point where I'm like, how is this even possible, dude? You know, like, how is it possible that like Microsoft's out here, like, here's Recore, State of Decay 2, and Sea of Thieves, and Sony's out here being like, here's Bloodborne, Horizon Zero Dawn, Uncharted 4, God of War 2018, or the God of War reboot, Spider-Man, and Ghost of Tsushima, and Death Stranding. And I'm just like, I just literally remember looking at Microsoft and looking at Phil Spencer, and like every time there was an E3 showcase, and it felt like wait till next year. And what the reason why I'm highlighting this stuff is because, dude, those games, if they were available on my Xbox One, I would have never moved over to PlayStation. Straight up. I would have just said, okay, well, I'll just buy God of War, on my Xbox One. I would still criticize Microsoft and being like, why aren't you guys making games like this? But that's what I would have done. And the thing that's important, at least to me, about that is one of the things that I learned to appreciate ever since I moved over to PlayStation is, I thought a lot of what Xbox did with the Xbox One was cool. Like, I liked their UI. Well, they changed the UI so many times, but at least originally I liked the UI. I always liked the Xbox controller. There were things in the Xbox ecosystem that I did like, but I didn't quite realize when I moved over to PlayStation, like, man, there really is a unique flair to each, to each ecosystem, that this is so vastly different in some ways that were jarring, but especially with the PS5, that I'm like, I kind of like this, I like what they're doing here. There were certain things with Xbox, I was like, oh, I kind of like that a little bit better. Like one of the things I remember was with the 360, the ecosystem, the UI, the avatars. I was like, this is awesome. Like I know it's like not the most mature modern thing, but it's like, this is cool. I like this vibe over here. Sony tried to do that with PlayStation Home as well, but I don't know, man. I think a lot of this comes from PC players, and it's no offense to PC players. I have no axe to grind with PC players, but I think PC players have gotten, like, once they settle in on the PC ecosystem, the PC ecosystem is totally open. Like, it can be whatever you want it to be, basically. You can mold it to whatever you want it to be. And I see the upside to that. I see why people would love that, where it's like, this is great. We are doing a members lounge. Yeah. We're going to be wrapping this up in just 2 minutes. If you guys want to drop any more member gifts, or if you want to become a member, now is the time to do it. We're doing like a last call, any more super chats, but specifically with member stuff, because we are going to be heading over to a members lounge. I feel like, PC players, they're completely for the death of exclusivity and the death of these unique, standout console ecosystems, because I think PC players just assume that it all will end with PC, where PC will absorb everything. Everything will live on PC. And obviously that benefits them, like, where, yeah, I can exist in a place where everything is at my disposal. Again, I don't see it. I see why people see that as so good. My question is, it's not even so much a question, but my stance on it is like, but what if it's okay if companies like Sony and Nintendo decide they just want to do their own thing? Like, what if that's just okay and PC doesn't get literally everything, and it doesn't all end with PC? What if that's okay? What if there can be multiple places to go, and they all, just as PC is unique in the sense that it's so open, you can go somewhere where it's a little bit more catered, a little bit more custom, a little bit more closed in some instances. What's wrong with that? And this is why I think sometimes the PC players that I encounter, I think it just comes across like it's what they want. Like, that's what they want. not what I want. You know, like PC players like ask me like why would you be why are you on console and not on PC? And I think that's the question that they end up asking, or they end up like kind of making fun of. I'm not talking about all PC players, but some PC players, like some PC elitists that I come across. I think they get that way because it's like, I guess they don't understand that there just are people where it's like they are okay with a closed console ecosystem or a more closed console ecosystem. They're okay with that. You know, like it's like they're and hey, chill. And I think that there's been this kind of shift where it's like, well, we have to shame that because that's bad. And it's like, well, what's so bad about it? Because I think what it is it's just there are some people where it's like they don't want to feel forced. And I get that. I understand why that would feel bad, but it's like, bro, I don't in the same way that that a person doesn't care that I prefer the console ecosystem and I prefer and I'm okay with exclusivity. It's like why would I care if you have a problem with buying a PlayStation? Because you don't want to. Why am I supposed to care about that as a PlayStation consumer? Just like, why is a Nintendo consumer supposed to care that, you know, Joe Schmo on PC can't play Mario Kart or on PlayStation can't play Mario Kart? Like, why should they care? Like, why do you want me to? And I realize that those voices that I'm talking about, the voices in my head, but, you know, those voices I'm talking about and that friction that I sometimes come up against, I realize it's like, oh, you're no different than you're kind of the same in a sense, you know, where it's like you just want what's best for you. And I get it. And you believe that what's best for you benefits everybody. So it turns out the mentality is not much different. What I'm trying to say is there's a mentality that exists across all platforms where it turns out that wherever you prefer to be and play, you're going to have an inherent bias towards it. And you will believe in some ways it is objectively better, and there's nothing that will dissuade you from seeing it any other way. And I don't think there's a problem with that. However, I think there needs to be an awareness. As long as we can all be self-aware enough to understand that that's where it's coming from. It's coming from where I am is the best place to be, and it is better, and you need to accept that. Maybe take a step back and realize that not everybody has to accept that. And that it doesn't have to be a bad thing all the time because of that. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're running into people that are like, no, PC is trash and you should be ashamed to be a PC gamer. Like, okay, whoa. Hold on now. What are you talking about? And that's the thing is like some of these people I encounter, they do have it's that type of mentality where they do fight and it's like, no, it is better. I'm telling you, it is better. And it's like, okay. All right. You win. It's better. Anyway, I'm going to go play Death Stranding on my PS5 Pro. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't understand what they're, I think it's just strange to watch people kind of all the different reactions. It's not strange. It's interesting. It's interesting to see all the different reactions and to see how people, you know. Well, Lux, you know what? You're right about that, man. I guess my stance that I'm trying to the message, I guess, not a stance, but the message. Wes, is he? Boss is like, yeah. What is it? Tell me. The message that I'm trying to convey is that I think, like, for me, PlayStation is the best place for me to play. Like it to me, it is the best. I like PlayStation. I think Sony, I think they get it. I don't know. At least to me, they get it, right? I love the Pro. I love the DualSense. I love the games. I just love everything they're doing with it. Most of what they're, not every little thing, but most of it. And you know what? It's totally okay if the person next to me disagrees completely. I have actually no problem with that. My goal is to not impose what I believe is best onto them. My only hope is that I hope they feel the same in that area where it's like, I'm not going to impose what I think is best. You shouldn't either. Let's agree to just disagree. That's okay too. You go enjoy your stuff where you're at, and I'll enjoy my stuff where I'm at. And, you know, it's hard because, like, there's a natural friction there. But I think it can be done. Lux, you're saying, like, the PS5 offers M2 SSD optional, similar to it. Yeah, true. Exactly, Lux. So I guess it's, if anything, it's trying to find a common ground, Lux, where there maybe is none, or it's difficult for that common ground to exist. It's why, like, going, like, New Soul 9 earlier, you know, he was talking about Game Pass, and he drops like what are basically end up being like almost like write-ins, you know, through like long super chats. And one thing I've learned about New Soul 9 is, like, he prefers Xbox, dude. Like, even though we're a PlayStation channel, we do talk about Xbox a lot here too, but, you know, almost everybody here prefers PlayStation, or at least most people here do. And a lot of people here really prefer PlayStation. Like, they love PlayStation. New Soul 9, I think, represents the person that is able to understand that, hey, I like Xbox better. I think Xbox is the better place for me. And I think for, you know, a great place for any gamer to consider, right? But I also have no problem that you guys think PlayStation, like, you guys see PlayStation in that exact same way. And so in a way, it's like we kind of are standing on the same ground of, like, yeah, like, what you think is best is not what I think is best, and what I think is best is not what you think is best, but we have an inherent understanding with one another. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, there's more common ground between the two people, the PC elitist, the Xbot, and the Sony pony, and the Nintendrone, whatever you want to call them. There's actually more common ground between those four different people that firmly believe where they play is best than there is the person that just doesn't care and is like, whatever, bro. I don't even think I just go wherever. I'm just playing Call of Duty, bro. I don't even care. There's literally more common ground between those four players than the fifth player that doesn't even know what's going on. And that, to me, is fascinating, and something that I feel like people don't actually highlight, where it's like, I understand that the passions run high and people want to argue what they think is best. But don't you understand that, like, it's literally that thought. It's that mentality that actually brings those groups of people together. I don't know. I'm starting to get kind of philosophical unnecessarily, needlessly. But all this to say PlayStation's the best and Xbox sucks, and that's that. So I'm just kidding. It's just very interesting times. It's interesting to see the shift. Now, there is one other topic. We're gonna go through it very quickly, and I have to, because I do have it in the title and the thumbnail, and I should have covered this earlier before we got deeper into this exclusivity conversation. But VGC reports Stalker 2 is coming to PlayStation 5 later this year, developer GSC Game World has announced. No specific release date has been announced for the PS5 version of the popular hardcore shooter. The PS5 version of Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl will support the PS5 DualSense functionality as well as PS5 Pro enhancements, although these features were not specifically detailed. Following a lengthy and highly challenging development cycle, which included GSC Game World partially relocating, the game ended up releasing on Xbox Series X and S, PC, and Game Pass on November 2024. When the game was first released last year, it suffered widespread performance issues across both PC and Xbox platforms. Since release, developer GSC Game World has released multiple huge patches which have aimed to fix literally thousands of issues with the game. And so I just, maybe this is the best topic to end on, where I think this game looks, from what I've seen, it looks good. Lux, you're saying with the super chat, Stalker 2 is basically still in beta. I mean, I've heard some pretty bad things as well about this game in terms of, yeah, it came in way too hot and was not ready to go. And I heard that there was like a major system in the game that just wasn't functioning, but there's something still special at the heart of it, no pun intended, that there's something very unique to this game, apparently, that doesn't really exist in any other game. And I have to admit, it looks interesting. I don't know if it's a game I'll play for sure, but it is a game that I was hoping would eventually make its way to PlayStation. And that's what's interesting, is this was a timed exclusive for Xbox, and now, it is making its way to PlayStation. So I don't know. I guess we'll see just how enhanced it is for the PS5 Pro. And Lux with another super chat says, but it's crazy fun. That's what I've heard, man. I remember even when this game launched, people were having a good time with it, even though it was kind of half broken. And every trailer I've seen, it looks good. Like, it's a good looking game, literally. I mean, like, visually, it looks very good. So I guess we will, I guess we'll see. We'll see when exactly it's going to launch. They said later this year, so that could mean late summer. It could mean, fall. I would assume it's probably going to come like anywhere between October and December. That's just a guess. It's too difficult for me. I'd never play it. Is it a really difficult game? Oh, geez. I don't know. I mean, I can get into difficult games sometimes, but I gotta be feeling it, Wes says he's waiting for the Ghost of Tsushima movie. That's the second time that's been brought up today. All right, guys. So this is gonna wrap up today's stream. I think we pretty much, yeah. So we crossed the 4-hour mark. I thought it was a good stream. I thought we had some good conversations, talked a lot about a lot of different things, frankly. We did cover all the topics today, although Stalker 2 basically got the wrap it up treatment, where I just had to throw it in there at the end. But we are going to move over to a members lounge. And so, again, as I'm doing my outro, feel free to drop any more gifts, or if you want to become a member, you can join us over there. Sorry, boss got his hair again all over here. Come on, man. I swear. I'm going to have to get like I don't know, something. I'm going to have to get something that can prevent so much shit. I don't know. He gets so much hair everywhere. It's actually really disturbing. Maybe it's because I always had the cat tree next to me. Anyway. What about the Ghost of Yotei State of Play today in 45 minutes? That's tomorrow, Magnum Gaming. It's tomorrow, bro. Yo, Magnum Gaming's about to be really disappointed. He's about to be really disappointed. Oh, you know what though? There's a new trailer that Sony put out for PlayStation Plus's 15th anniversary. They dropped a trailer, man. Is the world ending? Find out in the members lounge. Somebody was saying I should react to Mr. Matty Plays Xbox rant or something. Maybe I'll check that out. But yeah, maybe we could do some reaction content today in the members lounge. Anyway, guys, yeah, that's going to wrap it up. Thank you so much for watching. The only other thing I want to ask you to do before you leave, whether you're going to the members lounge or not, is hit the like button on the stream. We're sitting at 162 likes. If we do a big push, we might be able to get to 175. It definitely helps more than you know. So hit that like button. I want to also give a big thank you to everybody who dropped Any support today, whether that be membership gifts. We did hit 26, so we crushed our original goal, which is great to see. Thank you guys so much for that. If you drop super chats, special shout out to New Soul 9 dropping a lot of super chats at the beginning of the stream, or if you dropped any direct donations. We are totally fan funded. I'm only able to do any of this because you guys make it possible, and we have a very generous and awesome community here. So huge shout out to everybody who supports. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. He does great work there. If you guys see him in the comments, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he really appreciates it. And yeah, Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do. So about that time I assaulted a penguin. More of that in the members lounge. Uh-oh. You know what, guys? Maybe I'll have to cancel the members lounge. Magnum, you're saying I'm looking more jacked. Oh, well, thank you. I feel the opposite. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing some gains, man. I don't know why, but maybe I'm not taking enough creatine. Maybe I'm just not working out hard enough. It's hard to say. Also, I just noticed New Soul 9's his name next to the. It's a little small there. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on there. All right, guys, that does it. To all my members, I will catch you in the lounge. To everybody else, I'll catch you in the next one. Guys, hit that like button on your way out. And until next time, take care, everyone.